The entire league and the state of the league. Because last night was another example of horrible quarterback play despite making millions and millions and millions of dollars. Phillies begin a series with the Mets tonight. We'll have some fun with that as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I think highly of Jalen Hurts. I don't think as high as Jalen Hurts as a lot of people. That's who I think he is, whereas I think you think higher of him.
If you have that impression of him, which is fair, the bottom line is he can't play like that.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good football Friday morning to you.
I got to tell you I was a little down on the way in.
Why's that?
Because I'm really anxious to see this Eagles team hit the field again.
Oh, yeah, we got to wait till Monday, man. Monday night.
Now, it's going to be a fun weekend. Got some good stuff planned, and it's going to be some nice weather.
We got Phil's Mets to start the weekend tonight.
That makes me smile because the magic number can drop to 7.
It could.
My number tonight. So I'm feeling good about that, but oof.
But I know you have to wait till Monday night for the Eagles game.
I don't like the Monday night games. That's my least favorite. To see the schedule, that's my least favorite week.
I thought you said Thursday was your least favorite.
No. Monday.
Monday
is the worst.
Okay.
Monday's the worst. Because Thursday, I usually will know, especially if I think they're going to win, then I've already got the result in the bag.
Yes, that's true for the rest of the week.
Which made last weekend better.
Yeah, of course.
You know, you're watching Dallas, you're watching those other teams, and you're saying, oh, I already got a win in the bag.
Right.
Which, like when the Eagles play the Commodes on Thursday night.
Yeah, you know that you're going to get that dub.
Get that win, and then have a good weekend.
Yeah, and now we have to wait till Monday night, and I get it. But we get a full week of full Sunday of, I would say, stress-free football. Obviously, we're all going to probably have some skin in some of the action on throughout the weekend. But the Eagles, in terms of Eagles stress, we have to wait until Monday night. So today's a day where we get to talk about the NFL. And obviously, we tie in the Eagles into the conversation.
Sure.
And we tie in Jalen Hurts because it's going to be a pretty big quarterback conversation. But I got a couple of questions to start today's show. And we will focus on Phillies Mets as the show goes on. We got all kinds of stuff in store for you today on a bounce-around football Friday when the Eagles don't play till Monday night. So I was thinking about this last night, John. I saw a tweet or a post on X not long ago of, man, we didn't realize how good we had it. And it was a post of, I forget what year, but the passing yard leaders across the NFL. And it was like Drew Brees at number 1 when he threw for like 5,000 yards in the single season.
Oh, yeah.
And Brady and Manning and Phillip Rivers.
Stafford may have had a 4,500 or 5,000.
Roethlisberger.
Right.
The top 10, like number 10 was throwing for over 4,000 yards, right? Whereas nowadays you see the quarterback play and it's kind of suspect. So I was thinking about this last night. That time with all those quarterbacks, we called it like the quarterback era, the era of the quarterbacks, because
that 2008 draft, was it? There was a lot of quarterbacks.
And even like that, there was like 10 years of them playing.
Sure.
Because of rule changes, right? Like you could not touch the quarterback. You still can't touch the quarterback. But remember, it got to the point where if a pinky touched a quarterback, there was a 15-yard penalty. I think they've laid off of that a little bit.
A little bit.
But it was bad.
No, it seemed that way.
Where you couldn't even breathe on the quarterback or you're getting flagged 15 yards. We know the rules that changed for cornerbacks and how much more difficult it made their lives. And so wide receivers all of a sudden benefited from it. So we were in the era of quarterbacks because the wide receivers were able to run wild and the quarterbacks weren't allowed to be touched. We're not in a quarterback era right now, John. We have a quarterback in Patrick Mahomes that might go down as the greatest of all time. He very well could.
He wins another one this year. I think he's already on path that if he isn't, he should be right there in the discussion 1-2.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And then decide where it is.
What, he's 28 years old. He turns 29 in 4 days.
He's unbelievable.
He's not done. Like, he's got another probably 6-7 elite years of football, and then we'll probably still have a tail end of the career. Unless he gets bored.
I liked Mahomes coming out of college, but I thought, wow, they drafted him way too high.
Nobody saw this.
I said they drafted him way too. I would have thought trade back.
Yeah.
I think I might even have said after that, boy, I would have traded back.
Right, instead of trading up like Andy did. Yeah.
If I wanted to get Patrick Mahomes, I would have traded back.
Right. But this is not a quarterback era. Like
it's certainly not.
We are in a one quarterback league right now with a bunch of other guys. Look, Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, but we've seen his playoff shortcomings, right?
Saw Josh Allen last night, right?
Right, we saw Josh Allen yesterday.
He's really good.
Yes, and has his own issues. So the first question I have for you is, are we in an era right now? Like, are we in a specific era when we look back at this where we go, man, that was the era of the quarterbacks. Man, that was the era of the wide receiver or the defense. Because now all of a sudden there are trends that defenses are playing better. Are we all of a sudden in the defensive era? Like when you're watching football this past weekend and the Eagles played Friday night, so you were able to sit back and watch football.
And focus on one.
Yeah. Are we in some sort of era right now when it comes to the NFL?
We are.
What's that?
The no era. I don't think it's an era of anything.
Okay.
I will say this. Wide receivers, I don't know that I've ever seen an era where so many elite wide receivers.
Right.
But I still don't consider this the wide receiver era because who's got to get the ball to the wide receivers?
Right, it's the quarterback.
It's the worst quarterback era in my lifetime. And there's snow on the rooftop if you're not on YouTube. It is this is a long time. I've never seen overall quarterback play worse.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what it is as far as what's causing it, what it is. And I don't consider this an elite era of defense.
No, it shouldn't be.
I mean, it's not.
Trust me, it's not. But I know defensive numbers are up, but I do wonder if it's because of quarterback play.
Yeah, what is it?
And I remember Brady last year, he was on a podcast, and he was talking about how a lot of it has to do with the lack of practice time and the lack of this and lack of that, even though he was a part of those CBA meetings.
Oh, yeah, well, he was one of the biggest
wanted
guys
less
for it.
practice. Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Look, the Players Association, I say it all the time. When they have a collective bargaining agreement, what do they because people say, "Oh, they don't have the owners can cut them at any time. They don't have guaranteed contracts." If the players wanted guaranteed contracts, they could fight for them anytime.
Right.
They've had 3 CBAs in the last 15, 20 years that they could have gotten guaranteed contracts. Instead, they want more vacation time, less practice time,
right.
and less practice time in pads.
Right.
That's what they fight for. So please stop with the, woe is me for the NFL players. That's what they want.
Right.
They want more vacation time.
And it's
and good for them if they want that.
Right, of
but
course.
don't cry about non-guaranteed contracts.
But it's fascinating to me. Like I saw a clip from C.J. Stroud's press conference the other day that, like, I actually go, wow, this kid might be really good. Maybe he is a different era of a quarterback. Apparently there was a play in the last Texans-Colts game where Stephon Diggs was open over the middle of the field and C.J. Stroud did not throw it to him because he saw the defender that was ready to put a lick on Stephon Diggs. Quarterbacks nowadays, open receiver, let me just throw it to him. And that same clip from Tom Brady last year, he talked about, look, I did not want to throw my players into danger, whereas now we're seeing more and more of that. Let's just get the ball out quick. It doesn't matter if there's a safety coming up that's ready to lay the boom. So I actually give C.J. Stroud credit for not throwing to the open receiver because he knows that open window is going to close quickly and it might lead to Stephon Diggs getting injured. Like, that's a different breed of quarterback.
And I'm sure Stephon Diggs went to the sideline bitching and complaining that the ball wasn't thrown.
He did. And he admitted in the film, after the film study, he admitted to the media, and I'll give Stephon Diggs credit for that he was in the wrong for being a little upset when that moment happened. So you don't think we're in an era for anything?
I don't think we're in an era for anything. And you know what it plays to, though, is when you proposed this topic, and we were going to talk about it, the number one thing that came into my mind was that maybe I'm not listening to you. Because what I will always...
I mean, you're just wrong for doing that.
Look, I mean, what I'm going to say is the fact that when I hear you go, it's the product's terrible.
Yeah.
And I will say to you, more people are flocking to the summer blockbuster movie than ever before, so I have a hard time.
Right.
I don't care what the critics say.
Monday night,
people love it.
Monday Night Countdown, highest ever.
Yes, and Kelsey part of that.
Week 1's ratings.
Highest ever.
I think it was up 22 million.
Highest ever. So to me, they're also finding new ways to track streaming numbers that they struggled with before.
Yeah.
So I think that's helping. But to me, I said to myself, maybe you're not listening to Andrew enough. Because even though people are flocking to it,
am I.
We're dying and desperate for look, and I'm not. I don't want to make an analogy like this, so I'll try to think of another analogy. If people on the streets were dying for chocolate, and Hershey knew it.
Yeah.
And Hershey decided to say, well, we're going to cut back on the quality of our chocolate and everything because people are going to buy it anyway.
Right.
I wonder whether I haven't listened to you enough on the quality of the product because people love it more than ever before.
Oh, yeah.
But I would tell you, if you're 22 years old right now, if you're 25 in our listening audience, I've seen such better football played. It's not dad telling you, well, back in my day, I've seen better quality of football played in every era than this one.
And that's why, like, last year when the Eagles were 10-1, I saw the flaws, but I also saw the rest of the whole league was flawed. I kept on saying they were the least flawed among all the flawed teams in the NFL. Now, obviously, teams can get better. The Eagles got worse. The 49ers got better as the season went on. The Chiefs got better as the season went on. The Lions got better as the season went on.
Remember, the Chiefs were leaking oil in December.
They were.
That
loss
it's like,
to the Raiders was horrible.
So the Super Bowl champs were the same record as the Eagles that we lament.
Right.
The San Francisco 49ers are about the most consistent product, the restaurant you love, that you show up at and you know, I'm going to get a good quality steak. I'm going to have a great night out. The service is great and everything. Other than the 49ers, it's just the consistency of product. I'm not sure who gives it to you because, honestly, even though they've given them championships, the Chiefs have not been just that level of consistency. The results have been pretty consistent.
Right.
But the product has not.
But you know what's amazing? You just mentioned the 49ers and the Chiefs. And I credit Andy Reid for adjusting to this as the years have gone on. The 49ers and Chiefs are a balanced offense.
They are.
Oh, we'll run the football. Think about this for a second. Last year, when we listened to Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni in press conferences, and I'm singling them out because we are in Philadelphia, this was happening all across the league. Oh, our short passing game is an extension of our running game, which is what Brian Johnson used to say numerous times because there was always the conversation of how come you're not running the football, how come you don't run the ball more, how come you're not under center.
Which is BS.
And he would say our short passing game, those bubble screens, those, any sort of quick out, well, that was an extension of our running game. Well,
Ridiculous.
It's not running the football.
It's
and
not
I remember
running the football.
complaining to throw the football, I'll keep it as elemental as possible. More things have to go right in order to get a positive play than if you were to run the football. Running the football, it's snap to quarterback, hand off to running back, and hopefully there's a hole somewhere for the offense, for the running back to run through.
I think it's fair.
Whereas passing, it's take the ball on the snap, drop back, scan the defense while you're scanning the defense, hoping that your offensive line is protecting you long enough so that one of your receivers gets open. More things, in a very elemental way to look at it, more things have to go right for a pass play to go well than a run play.
No question.
So for you to just say, oh, well, it's a continuation of our running game, like, no, these balanced offenses, who are the four teams in the Final Four last year? The 49ers?
Balanced.
The Lions?
Balanced.
The
Ravens.
Chiefs, more so than we give them credit for because we went through the issues of Andy Reid, but
Right.
he runs the football with Isaiah Pacheco, and then the Ravens, balanced. Like, if anything, if there is an era, it's, hey, the best teams are kind of going back to the way that it used to be.
The thing is, too,
Linebacker play.
Well, too, with a running game, with a running play, less people have to have a good play on your team. Of your 11 guys on the field, less of them have to have a good play. Your quarterback's got to have a clean handoff. Then two or three guys have to block.
Like, it's a very elemental way of looking at it, but it makes sense.
With a passing play, so much more is necessary because pass protection comes into it.
Right.
That you have to protect one guy to be able to get a play even off.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is simplistic. And when I would hear Brian Johnson say stuff like that last year, and I'd just be like, I'd want to throw up in my mouth.
Yeah.
Because it's not true. It's absolutely false to say that.
Connor, do you believe we are in some sort of specific era when it comes to the NFL? You heard me paint the whole picture. The quarterback era, that's done. Like, we're past that. There are talented.
Is it ever coming back?
It will.
You do believe
Yeah, it will. I mean, because of how much is invested in the quarterbacks, it's just you got to invest the right ones. Because, look, there are still talented quarterbacks. It's just there's kind of like one that's really, really, really good.
Yeah, we're in an era. We're in the era of the overpay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We're in the era where an inordinate amount of cap space is used on key star players, and it's not enough to build a full team. And I don't know how you remedy that because every player who comes up for a contract is going to hold out until they get theirs. Every star player. We saw it with CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
We saw it with Brandon Ayuk. We saw it with Jamar Chase. These guys are going to hang out and get what they deserve, and the money's only going
And
up.
they're not holding out. They're not holding out till August. They're holding out week 1.
Yes.
You make a good point until you said the last part. Get what they deserve. Guys who are inferior to, at their positions, many of them, and some of them significantly inferior to guys that have held those positions in the past. Why do they deserve that share of the cap?
Well, I mean, he mentioned Jamar Chase. He probably.
yeah.
I mean, but there's some though. But there are guys that are getting what they deserve. You had guys like getting what they deserve, like Tua, who I didn't know, and I feel terrible for him for what happened.
Yeah,
last
we're
night.
going to talk about
But
that.
I said I would never I don't like I said it to you the other day. I think he's got a really good arm, but his IQ to me is terrible.
Well,
as far as football IQ.
I'm saying deserve based on the pay scale that other players at their position are paid.
Right.
They're going to go up whether
in today's NFL, it's not Jamar Chase compared to Jerry Rice in
Right.
terms of what he got paid.
No. I'm more saying is the Jamar Chase. I'm paying Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Every day. I'm not
Yeah,
being
yeah.
the Cincinnati. And guess what? If he was an Eagle, he would have been paid a year
absolutely.
ago.
Yeah, but contracts are not always, they're not fully based on merit. They're based on buckets, right? So a guy gets paid a certain amount. If you're remotely in that conversation, you're going to want to up the amount you get paid. The agent is going to want to up the amount you get paid because he probably represents somebody else in your position. The NFLPA is going to want you to up the amount you get paid. So guys get more of the cap at that position.
Yeah, it's never going to fall off. It really won't.
It might have to.
Unless a position dies, like running back is starting to die, right?
I think next collective bargaining agreement, the owners are going to say, and remember this,
All right.
the owners are going to say, the players have been complaining about not having guaranteed contracts. We're going to go for them now.
But it'll be less.
And they're going to say, but guys are going to be like, yeah, we're getting guaranteed contracts. And the owners are going to go, we'll give you 2 years, offensive lineman.
Right.
We'll give you 1 year, running back.
Yeah.
And the
then you're
owners
going to have
will
to live year to year.
And you're going to have to live, and that's what the owners will get. Because, like, the Dolphins just signed Tua.
Right.
And they're sitting on that contract. The Cleveland Browns. And
I mean,
the
the Deshaun Watson
stupidest
situation.
contract
Yeah,
ever.
no, it's
I think,
amazing.
I think the players are going to get what they've been asking for, and I think they're going to regret
But
it.
that's why the league kind of sucks, right? Because there are teams out there spending whatever percent of their cap space on quarterbacks that can't get it done because
Right.
they have to. And
Because they're worried that if he goes somewhere else, he might become
Well, they won't
guy
call the
that,
bluff.
You know
what I mean? And that's it.
Right, and you have to pay those guys because you don't want to have to re-get a quarterback. You don't want to have to redraft. But the other part of that is not only do you now have a quarterback like Daniel Jones who stinks that you're paying a ridiculous amount of money, but you can't pay for other guys to even out the balance, like you talked about, of the roster. And this era of the overpay, and it's not just quarterbacks, it's receivers, it's big-time players. I mean, we saw Patrick Surtain get a monster
See, I'd
contract
pay him,
as a defensive back.
but I'd pay him.
Right.
You're
But,
right.
but every contract is the highest of all time for this position, for
Exactly.
this position, for this position.
And at some point, that restricts you from building a competent football team, and that leads to a worse product.
Because, I mean, it very much is similar to if Dan Patrick signs a contract for $10 million a year.
yeah.
Every other talk show host doesn't get to go, well, I'm next up.
Right.
I should get that.
Right. No, it's,
You're not Dan Patrick.
Right.
But these NFL owners aren't stupid enough.
No, they're not.
To just say to somebody,
Well, some of them are.
you aren't this guy. Like Trevor Lawrence, I swear to you. And I by the way, I got fooled on what I thought he'd be as an NFL
No,
quarterback.
same.
So I'm not claiming like I knew better with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, there ain't any way I'm paying Trevor Lawrence what he's getting paid.
Dude, his name is going to be a part of the stadium.
I'm not. It's just.
It's amazing.
It's crazy to me.
And it's funny. Like, so this morning, when I'm thinking about this topic, right, I go on, I think I was on Fox this morning.
Okay.
And there was an article, and it was for the Packers. Because
Okay.
Jordan Love might miss this week. I don't know if that's official yet or not, but he's probably going to miss some time. And Malik Willis is the
He
backup
might only
quarterback.
miss 1 or 2 weeks, which
Right.
is really good news for them.
And Malik Willis stinks. The article, here's the header, quote, how can the NFL better develop its backup quarterbacks? That was the story.
How about playing preseason?
No, how about getting your starting quarterbacks good first?
That's not bad.
Like, forget the backup quarterback of Fox. The starting quarterbacks stink in this league.
You know how you do it, though? You actually play starting players in the preseason.
That might be part of it.
And let the backup quarterback play behind them, which they used to do.
So I told you this was going to be an NFL day, but I'll be able to tie this into the Eagles. So coming up next, I've been saying this a lot about quarterbacks. What about Jalen Hurts in this conversation? Okay? He's getting paid a lot of money, and he's not necessarily playing elite football. We'll talk about Jalen Hurts a little bit. You'll hear from him. He spoke yesterday about some of his issues from week 1. So we'll continue this conversation next on a Football Friday on Kincade Salciunas, 90-something Fanatic. Football Friday. Eagles don't play till Monday. So we're going to have more of an NFL conversation, league-wide conversation. But we're going to turn, tie the Eagles into this, of course, as well, because it's a conversation about quarterback play. Now, real quick, before we get to it, I'm going to ask this question. And, I know this is a bit of a heavier topic. What happened?
We're getting into a heavy topic?
Yeah. 6:30 in the morning.
Seriously.
So Tua Tagovailoa, we're going to end up talking about him as the quarterback coming up, and he had a horrible game yesterday. But I don't want to ignore what happened. He goes down with another concussion. And, dude, this guy, when he gets concussed, it's not like he looks a little rattled. Like, remember that scary photo where his, fingers seized up, last year or 2 years ago? They locked up. And now this last night, same thing. He makes contact with DeMar Hamlin, of all people, and just like a stiff board plops to the ground. And I got to ask this question. Look, tackling's never going away, okay?
No.
For the people you might as well make it flag football at this point. It's never going away, all right? But they started making those Guardian caps, those bubble things you saw them wearing during training camp. Why don't they mandate it at this point? When the only reason I've heard players not want to wear them, again, this is documented, the only one that I've seen so far is it looks weird.
I can't imagine that you'd mandate it.
Why not? If the players
do
they want any more lawsuits about concussions and all this?
No. Those lawsuits are over now because they've told the Players Association everything. Said, look, they paid out. They're working together on this issue.
Okay.
If a player today claims that they don't know what they're facing, that they don't know what's going on, it's a money grab.
Okay, but
it is a complete money grab.
Here's the thing. My buddy is a lineman. He climbs telephone poles. He works on electrical for a living.
Oh, my God. By the way, good.
Yes. He makes good money doing it.
I bet he does,
but God bless him.
But so he has to wear a harness when he goes up and clips in and everything when he's on his bucket truck and goes up. If he didn't, and his job was just you should, but you don't have to. At what point does it become the responsibility of the employer to tell them to do what is best for them?
If it's not a requirement, and you waive the right to do something, to me, that's your stupidity.
What I'm saying is, when do you make it a requirement? I'm not talking about a player thinking it's weird. I'm saying from an end, you're Roger Goodell, and you see again. Nationally televised game. All three. I was listening to the overnight driving in.
Right.
All three of Tua's concussions have happened on the national stage.
Correct.
Right. So it's not like a Sunday 1 o'clock game. Not that it makes it better or worse, but in terms of
very public.
All the eyes on a game, especially on the Amazon, they're pushing the Amazon Prime thing, and you see Tua go down, and it's not like it hasn't been talked about before with him. He goes down again. If you're Roger Goodell, when do you go, you know what, guys, look, I know you think it's weird, but can you see fine with it on? Yeah. Does it make you feel heavier? No. Do you really notice that it's on other than looking at the guy across from you and you think it looks weird? No. Then why wouldn't you mandate it? Because bottom line is you want to keep the players as safe as possible because the better players on the field mean the product is better. Right? When you have a bunch of injuries, and then when you talk about the scariest injury probably of the NFL, why wouldn't you mandate it if you're Roger Goodell?
I'm more of a libertarian to protect you. I'm not going to protect you from yourself if you don't have the common sense to do it yourself.
Yeah, but sometimes you need it, John.
When you're down the shore, do you wear a helmet when you're?
I don't ride bikes.
Oh, you don't ride. You don't ride a bike.
I don't own one.
No, you've never rented a bike down the shore and everything.
No. Yeah, I've never been a helmet guy.
If I was one of those cyclists that was going to drive on the road,
right? You're going to wear a helmet.
I would wear a helmet,
right?
But I'm a no handlebars in the neighborhood guy, man. I got it like that, Johnny.
I will not wear a helmet.
Right,
riding a bike on the Ocean City Boardwalk. I will not wear a helmet.
Yeah, and you know what can happen, even though there's a million people also doing that. Any one of the cops on the boardwalk can give you a ticket because isn't it technically a rule to wear the helmet?
There was nobody doing anything.
I know, but what I'm saying is if it's a 53-man roster and if a guy doesn't wear it, they're supposed to wear specific colored. Remember, outside of October, you're not allowed to wear pink, and there was that player. I forget who it was. He was a player for the Steelers. His mom
Right.
had breast cancer, so he continued to wear the pink.
Took the fine.
Right? All right, there could be a guy that goes, screw this. I'm Antonio Brown. Not that he's the best example to use.
Yeah, you're really
He didn't like the new helmet, so he was taking fines, even though he's not the best example to use. All right, fine. You don't want to wear this Guardian cap? We'll fine you every single week.
And he's somebody who might be an example of somebody who needed to protect.
Well,
them.
yeah. So out of 53-man roster, if 3 guys are dumb enough to take the fine, you're protecting 50 other people. Make it a mandate.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
because,
just
John, you're like bike example. It's not like riding a bike on the boardwalk. It's like if you were riding a bike on the boardwalk and, I don't know, once every 2 weeks, somebody was getting smoked off the bike and the helmet would protect them from
you're
that.
right.
By
Let's say you're riding
by
the
the
bike
tram car.
on 70,
Exactly.
on
Well, you
76.
got to watch the tram car. But,
Yeah.
it would be on that bike company that rents them out or whatever you do. If you were a company that rented bikes, at some point, in best interest of business,
Right.
you have to protect the people
Lawyers will
who
always
either
find
work
some
or
sort of
consume it.
loophole.
yeah, this is where I just and it's just a mental thing with me. I can't legislate people to not be
I
stupid.
know, I get it. But, like, I at some point, let's just make it best for the players. Think about it. There's probably going to be somebody listening in the car right now going, oh, I don't want to watch games. People really care about the jersey matches anymore?
care about the helmets.
Okay, because they is out of the play. Oh, look.
And it's a risk. I disagree with you.
What?
I don't. The players
fix.
if the player doesn't want to do it, they don't want to do it.
And then
Okay.
Roger Goodell says,
And they're
I don't care. You like your brain? I'm going to do this. I believe this. Times as a father, did you probably do something that you believe was best for your daughter?
Oh, I did many times.
And she probably said, "Oh, Dad, I don't want to do this."
And it's that's the rule.
So,
But I'm telling you
Roger
right now,
Goodell is the father
there is nothing.
of thousands of football players.
There has never been the game of football has never been. They've legislated rules to make players safer. That has affected the quality of the game in most fans' opinions. The game has never. The helmets they wear have never been better technology.
No, you're right.
The pads that they wear are thinner and more.
But
and
they
better.
may have found better technology, right? Like if
Putting those bibs on the helmet, I do not know.
There's Apple 17s about to come out or whatever. Like
Yet
they're
I'm
always,
convinced it will be nothing.
they're always finding ways to improve technology. So why wouldn't you? If you found a way to make it even for and bottom like better. So
Sure.
you made the quarter. Look, I hated the rules with the quarterback that you can't touch them below the belt, right? You can't touch a foot or it's a 15-yard. But let's face it, when Tom Brady tears his ACL or his Achilles, whatever injury it was, that
It
basically
sucks for the sport.
right, because now you're watching Jacoby Brissett or Matt Castle.
Okay, put some respect on Matt Castle.
Show you the amount of players that are missing games due to concussion is an extremely small portion of players that are missing.
I know, but that's not necessarily the point. It's also,
I get you, but then
it's
you
also
can't legislate
the
everything.
furtherment of better life.
But you can't legislate
Look,
everything.
You're not
Can't
trying
you?
to.
And you know what you have to do? You know who's responsible for you to have a better life? You make decisions now in your 30s.
Yes.
You're going to make decisions for your life that are, I promise you right now, like Connor, in his 50s, Connor is going to need a knee replacement or hip replacement.
Hell no.
Guaranteed.
I'm in the best shape of my life.
Guaranteed. As I watched Connor hobble in this morning, I'm saying to myself, he's going to be like my buddy Joe had to have a hip replacement in his 50s. Good in shape, athletic, still, but had to have it done because of the wear and tear. Decisions now your life forever. Do you do too much? Do you smoke too much? Do you do whatever it is? You're going to pay the price for the decisions you make. I'm sorry. I don't think the league has to legislate those helmet
Yeah, but you know what,
bibs.
John? I don't have anybody. I don't want to say owning me, but like the NFL owners, the commissioner of the NFL. I don't have a commissioner. I mean, my wife tells me a lot.
The NFLPA.
She tells me what to
The
do. A lot of times,
NFLPA.
but-
It's the NFLPA's job to protect the employees. They have their own union.
So maybe
It's theirs,
then
but
maybe
don't
they
want
should
it.
mandate
But
it.
they don't. They're hearing you say this and they don't want it. They don't ask for it. Every player in the league put it on now. One did last Sunday.
Yes, one. I know.
In the entire league. So they don't believe what you're saying. They don't care what you're saying.
Well, then maybe somebody more of an adult in the
Why?
room should. Don't
Why
care
is
what
it
you
more
think.
adult to think what you're thinking?
So their
That's
brains
ridiculous.
don't get turned in.
Brains are turned into soup. I can't tell you I've met a
Continue this conversation because I think this is an interesting one.
It is.
Text and you can call in 610-632-0975. NFL mandate the Guardian caps, and also we'll get back to the quarterback conversation because the NFL has a quarterback issue. Where does Jalen Hurts fall in line when it comes to that? 888-20975. We'll expand on that coming up. This conversation about the Guardian cap, which is the bubble cap that they're putting on top of the helmets during training camp. And I wonder, should the league mandate it?
Which the players can now use in games
If they want to.
and one chose to.
Right.
In the entire NFL.
And my thing, if I'm Roger Goodell, is wait, so why don't you don't like the way it looks?
See, you can't judge that for them. The player, it's not a rule that they have to.
And if I'm the commissioner of the NFL, I make it a rule.
You're assuming that it's like they just don't want to do it. They know that the helmets they're wearing are better than the helmets they've ever had. And I don't think we are not seeing the same level of concussion issue recently. They've done a nice job with the hits, the helmet-to-helmet hits and things like that.
Yeah, of course.
It has not been it was becoming a problem.
It was, yeah.
And part of it was there were a lot of players that got in on, I think and I believe it was the class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
And Mark Schlereth will talk about it. Mark Schlereth, who says he suffered he can't even count
Right.
how many he did.
Right.
And when that lawsuit came out and the NFL Players Association was getting former players to jump on the lawsuit, he goes, I'm not doing it.
Because I signed up for it.
He said, I knew every decision that I made.
No, I got you.
He said, I used to lie to coaches when they'd say, are you okay to go in?
Yeah.
Because I'd lie to get in there and play. So I'm now going to say, well, now pay me because I was
All right.
stupid.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe you can try to help out players that may be foolish. Literally, I just looked up the Guardian caps. Right here's the headline on the internet. New NFL helmet accessory reduces concussions, but players and fans may not be ready to embrace safety over swag. I'm sorry. If you're more worried about your swag than your
I'm sorry,
brain
safety over swag.
No, what I would just say to you guys is that, and in all sincerity, you don't know more about what they do for a living than they do.
Okay.
They know this is available to them, and many of them have tried it. It's been have had to wear it during practices or something like that. They've said to them, we're going to wear them today. They don't want to do it.
Right, and the government doesn't know more about the way that I drive than I do, but I still have to wear a seatbelt.
And I still follow the speed limit and all this kind of stuff because it's probably for the best of my safety and everybody else's safety.
It is everybody else's safety.
And my own.
Okay, there's the thing. It's for everybody else's safety. Because what happens is, Connor, if you drive a seatbelt, how does that affect me?
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Well, I mentioned
No, it does.
the speed limit is
The
for
speed
everybody.
limit is because it does, but when you're not wearing a seatbelt,
How does that affect you?
My insurance rates go up when you have a claim.
Okay, the point
No, but
is,
that's how
There's
it affects.
some rules that are best for you and some rules that are best for everybody.
This doesn't affect you.
It doesn't affect me because I'm not a professional football player.
No, but it doesn't affect you either. Is that the people that they realize they're looking at it going, we've done, the NFLPA has looked at it and said, yeah, we're doing a ton of things to protect our constituency. We're doing things to protect player safety. We're working hand in hand with the NFL on it. They're not feeling this is an issue like you guys are sitting here in a studio.
Well, but it could become an issue. Tua again
It could become an issue.
is lying on the ground.
And you know what? Tua became it, tell me why Tua that hit tonight.
Why?
Because he doesn't know how to slide.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to avoid taking hits.
All right,
he doesn't
what
know
about-
how to play the game
All right,
properly.
then what about Saquon Barkley? Is Saquon Barkley going to start sliding? No, he's going to hit the hole. Any running back hit the hole. Any wide receiver that's running across the middle of the field.
And if Saquon Barkley or any player starts to have a problem with it, they can have a problem with concussions, they can make the decision to put on one of those bibs. It's up to them. It's personal responsibility, which now personal responsibility still matters.
Okay, I get it. And then sometimes the league can say this is now
But
a
it's not.
rule.
Why though? Again, why are we putting
John,
in another
I don't understand
rule
why
about
you're making
this?
Why
such a
not?
big deal against it, honestly.
There's
it really
not
makes no sense
Because they aren't asking for it. This is they're not asking for it.
I don't care about asking, John. Give me a reason why that is a bad thing in any way for them to wear.
They don't want to wear it.
Okay, well,
And
your
they
kid doesn't
take
want to
So
get
you're
into
doing the whole, you're taking away their freedoms.
You're sitting
like,
on your couch. You're worrying about things, and you're trying to legislate to them. I need to protect you. These are grown
Yeah,
men.
welcome to the world. Sometimes
These
you have to protect
right.
people from
These
themselves,
are grown
John.
men with a union.
Okay.
That literally know it's there.
well, then maybe
and they
the
can
union
use it.
should step in. Whoever
don't
it is,
want
somebody
it.
should mandate it. Like, it's
Why should somebody mandate it?
Because if they think it is best for the individuals who work for the national
who is they?
whoever made the
Doctors,
freaking Guardian cap, whoever made it to
you know
begin
who made
with,
why do you think they made the Guardian Cat?
to probably
sell
maybe save
them.
their own skin.
To sell them.
To who?
So
They wanna sell them to the NFL.
Slow down, John.
There's
You
no
think
Eagle
they
fan.
created a concussion prevention thing for the
No.
purpose of selling it to millionaire NFL
this
athletes?
isn't the
and
home run sombrero that the Phillies had.
I absolutely know 100% that if you create a product like that, you're creating it to sell it. Yes, Connor, 100%.
Okay,
I guarantee you that they.
You're
but
right.
the players, because the association
All right.
doesn't find this an issue that you guys do.
Well, they
No, one player had the option. They've now said, you want to wear it in a game, wear it. One player in the entire NFLPA.
How do you not know that one player is not the only smart one? Like, we don't know. Like, again, we don't know. I mean,
Well, now you talk about Waymo.
No, Tua could have wore that Guardian cap last night, and he could have still had a concussion. I don't know, but what I'm saying is they know that they made these things to try to benefit the brains of the football players.
Absolutely, it is they could come up with they had bigger ones. That they had another company made a bigger one that they thought was too cumbersome or something. There were like 2 or 3 companies that came to the NFL selling these things. There is, more importantly, it is every player in the NFLPA knows it's there. They've all tried it. One of them has tried it. It has been, hey, give it a try, run a couple pieces with it. And one player in the entire NFLPA. And if they're hearing you guys going, we don't need to be protected by ourselves more than we're already doing. We've legislated this into the game, this safety in the game, this safety into the game. They're doing it.
Okay, and all I'm saying
So
is
what
you
in
can
soccer?
continue to add safety.
Okay.
You can continue to make your technology better.
Soccer is the worst concussion sport.
Okay.
Why do you not want to mandate them wear helmets?
Maybe they should.
No. Do you think they should?
Maybe.
Should soccer players wear helmets?
Maybe they should wear some sort of cap.
It's the worst concussion sport for kids. It's the worst concussion sports for professionals.
That make kids wear it.
So you think they should wear helmets?
Especially kids. Why not?
You
Kids
think
can't
they
make
should
their
wear
own
helmets
decisions.
to play soccer?
Why not?
You don't believe that. You don't believe that. You're saying.
I'm just saying, like, if they
You
think that
don't
that's
believe-
best for them.
Who's they again?
The scientists, John.
The scientists.
I'm an idiot on the radio. The people that freaking design them for a cause.
Then let's worry about the sport that has the worst concussions, soccer.
Okay, fine. Worry about soccer.
Philadelphia
I'm
Union. I
and a
understand.
player out for a third time.
And it's a player who doesn't know how to play the game properly. Don't know how to avoid hits. Other quarterbacks do.
Okay, and other positions don't avoid the linebackers. Like anybody, John.
I got it. I tell you.
Quarterback's not the only position that gets concussions.
They're going to invite you guys to a meeting at the NFLPA.
Fine.
You can tell
and I'll
them.
ask them what's
You
the
can
deal.
tell them how dumb they are.
It might be.
I don't believe
Sometimes
that.
you might need to save people from themselves, John.
I don't
All right,
wanna-
coming up next, we reset the show. We'll talk about the quarterbacks as well right here. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this Fanatic Football Friday here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, starting Monday, we have our Kelly Green Cash. Your shot to win $1,000 3 times a day. It's all presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. So it starts Monday the 16th. You'll listen here at 8 a.m. with Kincade and Salciunas, 12 o'clock noon with Mike Missanelli, 3 o'clock with the best show ever. Each time you'll hear a keyword announced, and you'll have 15 minutes to enter it. We have multiple ways to enter it. We'll tell you exactly how when those times come. All right, Connor, do we have anything coming in on the text line? And then we got to get into this quarterback conversation about a potential quarterback issue in the National Football League, because it is clear that we are out of the quarterback era, right? The era of the quarterbacks, where the quarterbacks are out there just dicing and throwing for 5,000 yards every single season. It seems like we're kind of past that. Quarterback play has gone downhill. Do I think it's going to get better? Of course I do at some point, but we saw a bad week 1, and I saw another bad performance by a highly paid quarterback, concussion aside, in Tua Tagovailoa. So we'll get into that coming up in a little bit. But what do we have on the text line?
We have a lot of people checking in on the Guardian Cap and concussion discussion.
Concussion discussion.
Concussion discussion. You like that?
You're like Dr. Seuss.
The first one says, speaking of bad for business, however you feel about the Guardian Caps, not trying to watch the Dolphins play with a backup QB. That's bad for business at this point.
It
right.
is.
And that's why they put all the other rules in place, like if you're an edge rusher, you can't hit the quarterback at the knee or below. When they sack the quarterback, you can't fall on that. Like, it's that weird rule, even though I think referees are still confused by it. Hell, you know what they didn't call it all in week 1?
Roughing the passer?
Nope.
What?
I don't think there was one penalty call for it.
What?
What did they ban this offseason?
Oh, the hip drop.
Really?
And I saw somebody put together a compilation video of all
hip drop tackles
that happened in week 1. Not one flag.
Interesting.
I think the referees are confused by it, right? Like, we rip refs all the time, as we should, but like, I think they're confused by half the rules.
The horse collar is one thing. I think that's a tackling technique.
Yeah, if you're a 180-pound cornerback trying to tackle a tight end,
it's a tackling technique.
I don't know how they could take that one away.
They banned the style of tackling that people didn't know existed. No one heard anyone call
That's
anything
because
hip
nobody
drop.
we never heard, because we didn't hear players complaining
and then
about it.
Mark Andrews got hurt,
Right.
and that obviously changed a lot of things. And like, look, that
was
How
he
are you
still
supposed
hurt week 1?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to bring down Mark Andrews?
Well, that's the thing. If you're a 180-pound cornerback,
Like, how are you supposed to bring him down?
That's what you're supposed to do.
And as long as you're not horse collaring somebody,
right,
you're not doing a TO, the Cowboys and TO.
right.
I just don't know.
All right, what else we got there, Connor, on the text line? You can text in at 610-632-0975.
All right. Frank in Mullica Hill checks in, says, I like the
Frank.
idea of mandating the protective helmet gear with players who have had a concussion before in the NFL. When you have one, mandate it after so it doesn't get worse.
Okay, so you have to miss it. Like, do you have to miss time? Would you like? I don't know what he would suggest, but if a player misses games
Because of a
due to
Yeah,
concussion,
I would say if you're
now,
diagnosed
something
with
like
a concussion.
Well, the thing is, though, diagnosed with a concussion can be different, though, as far as if you miss games, because you can get a concussion in your garage,
Right, but-
I mean, if you're diagnosed with a concussion, I think, and you miss games, I would think that might be a reasonable response.
Now, why does it matter how they get the concussion? I think the idea is like once you get one.
No. I was just saying is that you can get a concussion, and you don't. And there are many players that get a concussion that don't miss games.
Yeah, I got you.
So I don't. If you miss a game, I would think that would potentially be reasonable.
But then my follow up to that would be like, why let it get to that point?
Because there are concussions all the time in football over the course of a career. I don't know a guy who won't have a concussion in their career.
Right,
Maybe
so
a punter. Maybe a punter.
You try to limit it. That's my point of this entire. Do I think they look cool? Absolutely not. And if I'm an 18-year-old kid or a 20-year-old, 20-year-old because you got to play 2 years of college. If I'm a 20-year-old kid making millions of dollars and I care about how I look, because everything's about Instagrams these days, everything's about TikToks, all this kind of stuff.
I think this is on you, though, that you're telling the NFL players what they're thinking. I've not heard them go, that doesn't look cool. That's why I'm not wearing it.
Some players have said it.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not wearing it. If it's look, there's been nothing but done here to legislate. The sport has done so much to legislate it. And as one of our Twitter followers here, AJ goes, who are the quarterbacks in the NFL missing games due to concussions? He says Tua Tagovailoa. Let's talk about the others. it is seem like there's certain guys who are prone because they don't. Again, he does not know how to play the game correctly, and I think he does not have a football IQ. And I didn't think he had it coming out a good football IQ. I didn't think he had it coming out of college. Between the years, I would watch him on the field and not think that he makes good decisions. He doesn't make good decisions with the football, and he doesn't make good decisions to protect himself. Michael Vick was terrible at this. Michael was horrible at it. And I remember Dan Reeves yelling like a young Michael Vick on, Michael,
Yeah,
you have to learn to play the game correct. But this is not.
But Russell Wilson, I thought, was one of the best at it, right?
Okay.
Protecting himself when he was with Seattle, right? It takes one. He doesn't know there's a guy behind him.
I understand.
Like Carson Wentz, he did slide in that game where Jadeveon Clowney drove his head into the ground.
He was sliding when he got speared.
Right, and got
speared.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, all right, so you potentially avoid that. I don't know if it's an exact science, but if they believe that they did this to benefit whatever, they made it for a reason.
No, they created it to say if this is, but it's not something they want. I don't think it needs to be mandated on. They've done everything. They've already mandated the game to protect them more, and the new helmets that they wear are significantly better than the one they wore in 2020. I mean, it's a completely different helmet now. So I mean, they've done things to legislate in, plus rules of the game to legislate it in. And it has not been a rampant problem.
No, it hasn't.
So, I mean, the rules that they have are working. I don't think they go, let's make another rule to do more.
Well, I was saying this to you during the break. And Connor, I like your input on this. There's a lot of baseball players that wear that face shield.
I was thinking the same exact thing.
Some guys do it because they have been hit in the face. Some guys do it because they see that pitchers don't know how to pitch anymore, and they throw like 100 miles per hour inside.
They throw, they don't pitch.
There's some guys that don't do it because they might not like the way it looks or something, or because it might impair their vision or something.
No.
They didn't
exist when we were in high school. At least I don't remember.
Nah, yeah, that wasn't a thing.
I mean, seriously, they're not even 10 years?
Dude, I don't think.
No.
I don't. Reese Hoskins was one of the first people I remember.
Jason Hayward. I remember Jason Hayward had it.
Yeah. That was what, 2016 season?
When he got hit in the face. And
now it's becoming more and more frequent where you see guys wearing it. Like, is there a time where the commissioner goes, hey, for the betterment of the players, the safety of the league, because pitching is a little erratic right now, we're going to mandate that every player wears this face mask?
I don't believe it's a rampant enough problem that you would mandate a rule to everybody. They have to do something because of a few incidents.
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't have to take something to be rampant of a problem. Like,
how many guys have gotten hit? I think we had one guy get hit in the face this year that I'm thinking of.
Merrifield just got hit in the face, didn't he? Or
broke his foot.
He got hit like up top.
He got hit in the helmet, in the back of his helmet on a what?
Okay.
Yeah, he got hit in the back of the helmet, but then he broke his foot. Another thing, I think, or broke his toe or whatever.
But I mean, do you hear what it sounds like to say? Well, the's got to be more before we decide. I don't
think brain injuries in baseball is a thing.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about football. Like but again, you said, the same.
Well, no, they already did. They already did those things. They already went to They spent over $10 million, I believe, developing the new helmet.
No, I got you.
And they have seen significant drop off in player concussions.
Correct, but it's not concussion proof. And
no, it's not. You cannot make it so it's completely safe.
I don't believe that to be the case because we don't know what they're going to develop. I believe that technology can always get better. Like, think about how we've had technological increases across the board in this world over the past, let's just even say 5-10 years. Like, I don't believe that there's not a world where you can get to a point where you can build a helmet that's concussion proof. I don't think this is it, but shouldn't you take the steps as new technology comes out to increase the safety of the game?
And what I would say to you is, and I don't think this is an irrational argument, the worst sport for our children, for young adults, for professional athletes, for concussions is soccer.
Yeah, but
could you imagine telling, hey, wait, we know this is a problem. We know it. Soccer players should wear helmets.
Yeah, I can imagine saying that.
You really do?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I imagine saying that?
You should go to the soccer players and say, we're going to mandate that you all start wearing helmets now. And by kids, you're gonna wear soccer helmets now.
Okay.
When we play it. I know you say that. For a fact, It is the sport that has the worst problem with it does nothing.
Okay, but John, in the 1900s, if you had gone to baseball players and said you have to wear this piece of like ceramic plastic on your head so you don't get hit, they're going to call you insane.
Hockey players used to not wear the goalies used to not wear masks.
No, I don't remember that part.
And then stuff develops.
I remember Craig McTavish. I believe he was the last player in the NHL to not wear a helmet.
Right, but there were goalies that used to not wear a face mask, and that's dumb.
Oh, that's fine. But you're telling it there's an entire sport that does nothing to protect, and it is the sport, and it's the sport that has the worst problem with it.
Yeah.
This sport,
because God forbid soccer, you change any rules like overtime. If you score a goal, the game should be over.
Yeah, I mean, every kid should be out on a soccer. Wait, when you send your kids out to play soccer, high school, little kids, they should all be wearing helmets.
Okay.
Right,
you don't believe
and it's a tough thing because of the a texter brings up a good point here. Texter John says concussions are in soccer because headers are a big part of the game.
Right,
and but they say knees to the head is the worst.
Not heads hitting heads. You have to use your head on the ball.
Correct.
So you can't put a helmet on it because of like the restrictions of the game, which is a different argument. And that's something that you have to understand. If there's part of the game
then we
that
should legislate that out of the game.
Well, that's
for their protection.
If
it's the same rule, no.
So then legislate tackling out of the NFL.
We've legislated. Connor, we've done that. The NFL has legislated rules to protect players from getting concussions. They've changed rules. You're not allowed to hit a player in the helmet. You're not even allowed. You're not allowed to put an open thing and bang somebody on the head anymore with a helmet.
Yeah, not since like 1970s when Deacon Jones stopped doing it.
The NFL has said you can't now touch it. So they've legislated rules in to change the game.
Okay. So
to
what?
Protect the game.
So what? They're done? In the year 2024, we're done legislating rules to help the game be safer.
So soccer should have no headers. You can legislate the rule.
Right.
You can play soccer with your feet.
All right.
And you can't head it.
Then football should have no tackling, and baseball should have no inside pitches.
You don't want T-ball.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
They've already done the rule changes in football to make it safer.
Yeah, but you're taking it too far to accentuate your point. We're not saying that. We're saying that there is an available upgrade in technology that supposedly makes the players safer. And if the league was to choose to do that to protect the players that play in their league and overall improve the product by keeping the better players on the field, that would not be a bad thing.
And the rules and what they would say, and I bet what the NFLPA would say to you, and the players that choose not to wear it would say to you is they've already been legislating all these new rules in, and we've gotten these new helmets, and we've seen significant improvement, like off the charts improvement on guys missing time due to concussions. So they would say we've already done things to help this.
And then Roger Goodell says, okay, but I want to make it even better. So wear these Guardian caps. End of story.
Well, no, it is end of story. But again, you could go any sport. You could do this with any sport.
Okay.
And it is ridiculous because the levels you get to. They're already made the rules that are helping. This is not you're fixing a problem that is not existing right now.
That's not true because I just saw a dude get carried off the field last night for this problem. So that's ridiculous to say. And I'm not going to pretend like brain injuries don't exist like this is the 1980s again, John.
It's not protect. It's what did
that's what you're saying.
What did he do? And I guarantee you, there are NFL players, and I already have seen it, and you can find it on the internet this morning, saying, why has this man not learned how to play the game properly and learn how to slide?
It's not just Tua. He's not the only player to ever get a concussion.
He's not, Connor, but it's not. You're fixing a problem that is not. The NFL Players Association doesn't believe this.
I don't care if they believe or not, John. They may not be right. You have to protect people from themselves sometimes.
And
that's why government itself exists, to protect the public from themselves sometimes. And that's sometimes what a league has to do. Protect their players from themselves.
And that's what they've been doing.
And they need to continue to do it.
They can add to it, John. Like that's
my gosh. I tell you, it's serious. They have already done these things.
No, you're right. Concussions are solved.
They have done these things. And no, it's not. And I see now you're making a false argument. You're trying to make a false argument because you're not. No, I'm not making a silly argument. What I'm making is the fact that it is something that you're fixing a problem for people that don't look at it that way, and they're looking at you going, they're doing all these things to protect us. They're doing all these things to improve us, and you can't go, oh, it's been 3 years since they've had the new helmets. It's been a problem.
And somebody in Flint, Michigan. It doesn't mean you shouldn't try and make it better.
Then when they fix the problems, they said this is a sport that is trying to fix the problem. There are other sports, as we said, we have
trying to fix the problem, and they found what they believe is something that can make the problem even better.
Okay, we're getting nowhere on this because it's not. We're getting nowhere on this. Like, I mean, I think that it's now someone's going. Okay, we're getting. They're trying to fix it. A player and the players have the option to use it. That's a great rule. Players have an option to use it.
All right.
And whether they use it, every member of the NFLPA said, "I got an option to use it." For some reason, they choose not to. They're grown men. I believe they should have that option.
Okay. All right.
I think that's fair. They have the option to use it.
So the quarterback conversation that was supposed to be the genesis of conversation to start the show today. Does the NFL have a quarterback problem? So, I feel bad bringing up Tua because of what happened last night. But before the concussion happened in the fourth quarter. He had a horrible game. 17 to 25, 145 yards, 1 touchdown pass, 3 interceptions. And
Pre-concussion.
One of them was he floated it, and it was returned for almost returned for a touchdown. It was just a horrible, horrible interception. And you know where I've been at with this, John. Like, I believe quarterbacks are not good in the NFL right now. However, they're being paid to be considered the best at the sport. And I don't think we're seeing that right now. I think we have a quarterback problem in the NFL. Now, I wonder, you caught something on the overnight about, hey, at some point you have to stop saying that Joe Burrow beat the Chiefs.
Change the standard.
Right.
Right.
At some point, are we going to have to stop saying that Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes? Or at some point, do people just realize that quarterbacks aren't great right now? And I wonder, where does Jalen Hurts fall into that conversation? Because Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback. This is not me. Like, let me make it clear before somebody freaks out that's listening right now. This is not me saying that Jalen Hurts stinks. But I wonder, Patrick Mahomes is in a class of his own because he doesn't really make many mistakes, period.
No.
Right?
Good decisions.
Jalen Hurts makes mistakes. Josh Allen makes mistakes. Tua Tagovailoa makes mistakes. I would say 30 quarterbacks make mistakes on a weekly basis. And I wonder, is it getting worse? And can Jalen Hurts get better and not be one of those quarterbacks that make mistakes? Do we not like to think that Jalen Hurts is one of those quarterbacks that makes mistakes because he is our own? Does Jalen Hurts fall in the same mold of quarterbacks not really playing at the elite level that we used to see, John?
He's played a lot better than Joe Burrow.
Yes.
And
this year.
Like last year, he played better than Joe.
Burrow was hurt a lot.
Joe was 5-5 as a starter last year.
Yeah.
Look, coming off an injury, so maybe that's part of it. I think Joe Burrow, and I'm one of the biggest culprits, that I fell in love with the 2021 version of Joe Burrow, and I haven't seen it since. So I do believe that a guy like Joe Burrow gets a lot of grace, and a guy like Jalen Hurts has not. But I do believe that Jalen Hurts is on the clock as far as changing the impression of what the league feels about him.
Right.
And I don't think that's unfair.
And I don't think he's alone in it. Like, I want to make this clear. Today's topic is it's an NFL day because the Eagles don't play till Monday and it's a football Friday. So a lot of these conversations are NFL related.
Right.
I can't say, wow, the product of the NFL, the quarterback play is down, and absolve Patrick Mahomes because he's Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts because he's the quarterback of the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is a part of that problem. It's a league problem. It's not a Hurts problem. It's a league problem. I want to dive deeper into that coming up next. You can climb in on the text line and the phone line, 610-632-0975. And John has a stat for teams that go 0-2 in the NFL.
Uh-oh.
We'll talk about that coming up next as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. even though I do have, I got to bring this part up about the concussion thing, the Guardian cap thing.
What about it?
And I don't believe that you're coming from this at all. Okay? Let me make
Okay.
that clear. But I wonder how many people out there it's a generational thing. And the only reason why I say that is there's a tweet from this guy, Michael. I turn on the radio and I hear a bunch of Karens blabbering. And it's like, sometimes it doesn't have to be like back in my day.
I don't think it's that didn't come up
That's
once.
not from you.
And I don't think the majority of fans that discuss this do that.
I hope not.
Because the players of today, and they don't think it's a problem.
I got you.
Like, I mean, so when people hear, and it's unfair if someone purports that if you have that opinion,
It's a
that
generational
it's a Karen,
thing.
that it's a Karen.
Or a Karen
No,
thing.
that it's
yeah,
a Karen
any of
thing.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That's unfair. But I do believe is that the players are incredibly informed on this. They're informed on it at the college level. If they played in a big time program, I know they are. They receive concussion stuff every single year
Right, yeah.
through college and pro and otherwise.
Like, I don't think you're making an uneducated argument, John. We just
No.
disagree.
Yeah,
I
we
do
just
think
disagree.
there's some people who hear this and are like, wow, sports soft. This stinks. Like,
Oh, I do.
There's
And
a
I
portion of the listening, not even the listening audience, just the general audience of the NFL that does feel that way. And I think that's really stupid.
Like, I'll say this. I would rather a player wear a Guardian cap and the league allow quarterbacks to get actually sacked again.
And I would rather.
And I know product-wise that's probably a bad thing because you want the best quarterbacks out there, but I think it impacts the game in a negative way.
And I would like the league to make common sense legislation and safety measures without having to mandate things that take it then to a whole new level. They've done things, I think they've shown improvement, and the players have a choice, and they've made good choices. And by the way, we've seen significant improvement, like off the charts improvement as far as players and concussions because of what they're doing. I don't think we now have to take it to a whole new level.
Okay.
That's just me.
That's fine.
And it's just a disagreement. It doesn't mean somebody's a Karen.
No,
if they
nobody's a
believe that-
Karen.
if they
Nobody's not.
believe-
This isn't
if they
a
believe
millennial
that-
thing.
If they
like-
believe it. The only thing is, though, is that younger people than you guys don't agree with you.
Well, they got the TikTok brain rot. They don't count.
Yeah,
And
they
the-
don't get
but the
that
thing is-
generation.
agree with you.
Yeah.
And the younger players that are playing, this majority that are younger
So
than
you
both
got to
of
be in. You got to be in our sweet spot.
Well, that's why the
It's that
millennials
sweet
are the
spot.
best.
Exactly.
They call us the greatest generation.
That's what they're saying.
We've never called you that. I promise you, we've never called you.
All right. So, does Jalen Hurts fall into the mold when I say quarterback play is down in the NFL? I don't see why he can't.
No, I don't. No, absolutely not.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely not.
I'm
do not.
saying
Absolutely not.
The whole league, except for one man. We all know who that is, Patrick
Right.
Mahomes. I believe there's a lot of issues with quarterbacks in the NFL. Why should I, just because I'm an Eagles fan, absolve Jalen Hurts from said conversation?
Well, you're assuming that somebody would be absolving him just because they're an Eagles fan, that they'd be just covering for their guy. They can have an opinion that he's not. He's most certainly not a reflection of that. You don't lead to winning in the NFL. The one thing you'll talk to any NFL player, they'll say, God, winning on a Sunday is hard.
Yeah.
If you get a 26-25 win, some score that Connor would pick.
Right.
Scoregami. He says you go.
Hey, man, you never know.
He's like, you're just happy to get a win. You're just thrilled to get that win because winning is hard in the NFL. And I think that's where a lot of people get lost on, is they're like, is this pretty? Maybe not. But there's no way that Jalen Hurts is a problem or a poster boy of quarterback decline. Absolutely not.
Not a poster
Not a
boy.
poster
No,
boy.
being one of the guys who would appear on the poster.
Let me ask you this, because he was an MVP candidate in 2022. We know this. He should have won the award, even with the injury. But I think what Andrew's thinking about, and it's hard not to think this way, like, put Jalen Hurts, if you backed him up 10 years and put him in the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Phillip Rivers,
let's face it,
Ben
not even
Roethlisberger,
close to those
Drew
guys.
Brees,
Yeah.
that era, I don't know that he's not even close, but I do feel like that there was a higher bar to the elite quarterbacks than maybe.
He's not even close.
Yeah.
To those names you just rattled off in that golden era, if you just say Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees. But again, you're also talking about 3 easy Hall of Famers strolling the door.
And I don't know that Jalen Hurts couldn't, like, at his peak, be a player of that magnitude. But we haven't seen it yet. So if anyone's on that side where they're considering it, I wouldn't call him crazy. I would just say I believe he has more than you probably do.
And a lot of this conversation that I want to have is not just necessarily talent. It's also the fact that they do get paid this ridiculous amount of money where it eats into your cap so much. Now, some GMs are better at it, like the way that they were able to make Jalen Hurts' contract work. It doesn't totally kill your cap, whereas like a Daniel Jones contract totally kills your cap, and now the Giants are set back. But I'll go in order of the highest annual salary among quarterbacks in the NFL. Number 1, I think he's a good quarterback. We just make fun of him because he's the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott's a good quarterback.
Dak Prescott's a very good quarterback. And
Dak Prescott's getting $60 million a year.
Dak Prescott could have thrown for right in the yardage argument with Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and all them. I mean, he's a guy, you can pencil him in for 4,000, and then he's going to be in there. And in their era, absolutely.
Tied for second are 3 quarterbacks.
Okay.
Jordan Love, who is, let's face it, in terms of his career, has done nothing.
He's done nothing.
Trevor Lawrence has done less.
No, leading Jacksonville to the playoffs is not less. He has just been unspectacular. Is that fair?
Fair.
He's been for that organization, he's been an okay.
And then Joe Burrow at least got to a Super Bowl, but that conversation that we had earlier, at some point, like if it's 5, 6, 7, 8 years removed, when do you stop? There are times where you strike when the iron's hot, when the quarterback's on their rookie deal. And then when they're no longer on their rookie deal, they get paid this extreme amount of money, and then it sometimes affects your team in a negative way. There are some quarterbacks that keep on playing well, and the teams keep on playing well. We're talking about the GOATs. We're talking about Tom Brady throwing to James White. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes. Yes, he is Travis Kelce, but for crying out loud, he won a Super Bowl with Juju Smith-Schuster.
Who was the lacrosse guy from Penn State that Tom Brady threw to?
Hogan?
Chris Hogan.
Chris Hogan, yeah.
I was going to say Hulk.
I mean, seriously, he makes guys
right
who never should have been impact players in the NFL.
Right.
Impact players.
Tua is 5th on this list with $53.1 million.
Tua absolutely is a problem.
Jared Goff, good quarterback.
No, he's better than a good quarterback.
Sixth highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
He's better than a good quarterback.
Okay.
I mean, Jared Goff can sling it all around. He's been to 2 or 3 NFC title games and a Super Bowl.
Yes.
I mean, he's a guy who is a winner.
Herbert is 7th on this list.
Oh my gosh.
Who's done nothing.
He's done nothing.
$52.5 million. Lamar has at least had regular season success. $52 million.
And mild playoff. He hasn't won the big ones.
Yeah. And then Hurts is 9th on this list. Kyler Murray is 10th.
Wait a minute. Hurts is the 9th highest paid quarterback?
Yeah, because they got the job done early.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. I would have guessed him to be a top 5 this year.
I think total amount he's still up there, but yeah,
that's
annually.
amazing. That's really good.
But it's crazy. Like part of the struggles of the league today in terms of quarterback play is also these guys get paid so much money for doing nothing. Like they get paid. Let's face it.
Potential and reputation.
And that's a quarterback problem. So does the NFL have a quarterback problem? Answer us that question on the text line, 610-632-0975. Coming up next, Devin White spoke to the media yesterday. We were not the only ones, John, surprised that he was no longer the starter in Philadelphia. You'll hear from him himself coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
What? Plane?
It's a plane.
I was going to say, let him say.
I knew it was coming. Don't forget, Saturday, September 28th, we are getting closer. So tomorrow will be the 2-week point to FanFest, which comes our way at Xfinity Live, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. And if you haven't gotten tickets yet, I know we're getting closer for a specific reason, but I will let you know there is a ticket raid on Tuesday at 11 o'clock with the Mike Missanelli Show. But I know how we're close, John.
How do you know?
I'm starting to get text messages.
Oh, people begging for...
Hey, by the way, man, you mind hooking me up? Oh, great to hear from you.
Haven't heard from you in a long time.
Oh,
What's
okay.
going on?
How's, yeah, sure, I got you, brother. Like,
No. I'm going to stop you right there. I will not shame anybody that doesn't want to talk to me but wants FanFest tickets. I listen, I can be a bit much sometimes, but if you want FanFest tickets, you got my number.
I'll take care of them.
Hit my
It's
line.
already coming. Not only FanFest, Red October's coming.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're not the Phillies station, but I'll already set the over/under at 5.5.
People asking if we got
Of
tickets.
people that will go reach out to me like, hey, hope you've been doing well and everything good. Haven't talked in a while and everything. You don't know anybody who has playoff tickets, do you? And as the series go on, I'll double the over/under.
Yeah, it gets more and more.
And
I
I
know.
always laugh at the people who ask are people that I never hear from.
I know.
I got requests last year when I was doing chemotherapy.
Yeah.
Like, hey, great. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing like crap.
Well, send him
Let me tell you.
Send him a link to a 6-foot ladder and tell him to stand out where the
Yeah.
pandemic crew did.
I'm like, oh my
You can
God.
see
I
out
think
there.
I remember Corey Simon of NBC Philly tweeted out, like, just talk to somebody for the first time in 15 years. You wouldn't believe what they were asking for.
Exactly.
Right? Like, it's unbelievable.
By the way, they just a little too, because a lot of people don't know this. We do not get free tickets. So we get free tickets like
Says you.
tickets for my friends. Like October or to Eagles playoff game.
No, trust me. I paid the same exorbitant amount of money you guys did
my
if you were going to
gosh.
any of those Phillies games. All right, so I want to play this for you because remember, last week when the Devin White injury news comes out, Albert Breer put out the tweet, starter, and that they were actually looking to potentially trade Devin White.
Yes.
And we all were kind of like, wait a minute. Devin White's not the starter. And, of course, Jeff McClain told us that Nakobe Dean was winning the battle. Andrew DeCecco.
Both of them kept up, like they flat out went on record with it.
And said, yeah, no, he won the battle. We were confused by it. I think there were other media members that were also confused by it. I think Devin White himself was confused by it. Take a listen. He spoke to the media yesterday for the first time because obviously he didn't play in the game. He didn't even travel with the team to Brazil because of the ankle injury. Here he was being asked about the report that he wasn't even the starter to begin with.
Yeah, you could truly say that. The way the snap count went, the things I did on the field, preseason-wise, but at the end of the day, it's not my call. I can just do what's asked of me and just stay ready, for what's asked of me. Whether I go out there the last 2 minutes of the game or the first play of the game, I just got to be ready and just be able to, get this team all I have. Because, that's what I came here to do is just, rewrite my story, for the career, for my career. However that play out, I don't control that. I just leave that in God's hand. And I stay ready, I don't cry, don't, mope around. I just come to work and, be a pro about everything.
That's a great answer.
I've heard, by the way, that is who he is.
Okay.
So, to
That's
his
a great
credit,
answer. I have no
his
problem.
credit.
I have no problem with the answer. But you heard in the beginning, he goes, yeah, based off of how I played in the snap count. Because remember, did he not dress in one of the preseason games? And you're going, oh, well, that's the telltale sign that he's going to be the starter.
Yes.
Nakobe Dean played in all three, I'm pretty sure. If not, or maybe he didn't play in the third one, but he played in the first two, and he played a lot. But he was kind of surprised by it. I think we were all kind of surprised by it. But I will say this, that answer was as professional as it could be.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Especially coming off of last year where he gets benched and
Because he's fighting for his life right now.
yeah, he is. And he said it. I want to try to, I want to change what people think about him, my legacy.
Well, I look at it and say, you have a couple guys. And it was brought up, I heard a little bit of, Philly sports tonight and last night with Tom Alvord and Andrew DeCecco. You got a Mekhi Becton, too. Is a guy who's in the same, he was in the same pretty much situation. Fighting for his career, trying to show that he can belong, trying to show that he can play.
Well, they're the same draft.
I don't know, but that's a pretty hard thing to do, and a lot of pressure on you to get it done.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, because again, you're Mekhi Becton's looking for the big payday,
Right?
Because he's coming off of his. I think this is the final year of his, or did he sign a 1-year deal?
Signed it.
I think it was 1 year.
1 year, I believe.
Okay, and no, they were not in the same draft. Becton was 2020. He was in the Burrow. Man, you look at some of these.
Oh my gosh.
You look at some of these drafts, man. It's got to be hard. It's got to be. Sometimes I don't think we give GMs enough credit. Like, all right, Joe Burrow was the first overall pick. Of course he was, right? You weren't going to not take him 1 overall.
No, you weren't.
Chase Young was the 2nd overall pick. You weren't going to not take him 2nd overall. That dude was a beast at Ohio State, and now he's kind of a okay player in the NFL. Like that sucks. Right?
He is. It's not fun.
And then Tua goes 5, Herbert goes 6. Remember, there was a lot of complaints that the Dolphins went with Tua instead of Herbert, and they're both the same quarterback, both not accomplished a thing, and yet they're both getting paid so much money. And it's what you said, John, that's spot on. These guys are getting the contracts because of what they think they can be, or they hope they can be.
Because they're hoping what they can be.
And that's
which is crazy.
Is that good practice?
No, well, there's one team I saw do it, and a lot of people don't like the franchise. But the Bears made a decision that we going to be our guy moving forward.
Right.
And they moved on from him. And now Justin Fields has a chance to be the starter in Pittsburgh. But they said, we're drafting another guy. We're not going to pay him.
Yeah.
We're just not doing it. You rarely see a team be willing to admit, we think we made a mistake on our draft pick.
And I think I'd rather do that. And they may not think Justin Fields stinks, but they may think he can't get him to a certain level.
He won't be the guy that takes us to the
Arizona
next level.
Cardinals did that. What was it? Who's the
Josh Rosen, baby.
Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen, right?
Exactly. UCLA. Put some respect on his name.
I kind of respect the GMs that are willing to bite the bullet.
Yep.
Might put their jobs on the line. All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. And at 8:10, I'm looking forward to playing this for you guys. Hall of Famer Jason Stark was on with the best show ever yesterday, and there was a very compelling part of the conversation, even though it's always compelling, about Dave Dombrowski and how unhappy he was during the struggles.
Uh-oh.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Football Friday. Eagles don't play till Monday night.
Yeah, that part of it sucks.
Yeah, especially when you're excited following a Week 1 win. Now you got to wait this long. But hopefully they win Monday, and then it's a shorter.
Oh, that's a great
and then
time.
you know what, John? We'll complain about the short week.
No. That'll be great because we sort of look, next week's one of those dream weeks because doing this job in the morning because you get the post-game show is Tuesday morning.
Yes.
It's a post-game show. Monday morning is like a pregame show.
That's true, yeah.
Even though you guys are going to do the official one later in the day.
Yes.
And then we have another pregame show on Friday.
Yeah, it's true. So the work week
It's a great
by.
week because people will be so excited. I hate when something is start and then stop.
Right.
Is that
Well, it's
that
like
whole thing.
an opening day for me in baseball. They play the first game, all of a sudden they got to take the next day off.
Yeah, it's a long way off. Oh, boy.
Coming up at 8:30, by the way, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler will be joining us. We love
He
Jeremy.
will be. He's a great dude.
He is tremendous. He's a good person, and he is great at what he does. So we could talk about the National Football League with Jeremy Fowler, get his thoughts on the Week 1 win for the Eagles and things moving forward. But we could talk about everything with him coming up at 8:30.
You know how great he is? And I'll share it with you. It's like last night, I get this text from Jeremy going, I am so sorry that I did not get back to you. I completely apologize. And I'm like, Jeremy, you do us a favor.
Yeah.
You're doing us a favor. He is one of the best guys in the biz.
There's things like if the peel behind the curtain, look behind the curtain here, for people that have a lot of these people's phone numbers. So we reach,
Sure.
Obviously, we have to get in contact with them. Some of them are email, but majority of them are phone number.
Okay.
You guys have no idea, listening, how nice it is when you actually receive a no. Because at least they answered.
Correct.
Having to send the follow-up text, like if I've worked with hosts before who wanted a specific guest for a certain day, right?
Okay.
And you have to reach out to that specific guest. And if they don't answer, you go, all right, well, do I send the follow-up text?
Yeah, it's
I
trouble.
appreciate it when somebody says no.
Yes.
So
Because
the
you
fact
don't want
that
to have to
Jeremy
deal with it.
Fowler was kind.
I didn't know. Totally,
Right.
he sent 2 apology tweets. I'm like, come on, dude.
Did I ever tell you my Mike Vick story?
No.
So I was working with, I think it was Jason and Harry at the time. And I was like, Wentz was struggling.
Okay.
Right? I was like, all right, let me scroll through the contacts. Let me try to get a quarterback on to talk about Carson Wentz, because that's what good producers do, right?
Right.
And I go, I got Mike Vick's number. Played here in Philly. I know he was trying to get into the media at the time. This was
Sure,
right when he was
absolutely
getting
he
into
was.
Fox. So I text him. I go, hey, Mike, as a former quarterback, it would be great to get your opinion on it. He had yet to officially retire.
Oh, yeah.
So he responded with former ? He goes, I guess I'm done, huh? And
There
I'm
you
like,
go.
and I'm like,
You're like, what do you say?
I was like, no, I mean, like, I see that you're trying to do stuff for Fox. And he goes,
Nah, you're just not
all
that
good.
good anymore.
he goes, I'm kidding, man. Like, I'm still a free agent. If somebody calls, I'm still available. I go, all right, do you want to say that on the air tomorrow? And he goes, yeah, come on.
I would tell you that quick Mike Vick is that I'm covering Michael from the beginning of his career.
Yes.
And when he was a rookie on. And Michael knew that I was heavily involved with cancer-related charities.
Yes.
Mike used to say to his people would reach out to me and say, where do you think we should go to visit kids? Where do you think we should go to visit cancer patients that are adults?
Mm-hmm.
It was important to Michael. And I would arrange it, and he would say the only rule is, and I would be there,
Yeah.
and he'd say the only rule is no media coverage. Don't tip anybody off to it.
That's kind of cool.
Michael refused to ever, and he would bring his own stuff that he bought, helmets, jerseys, not that the team was giving him, not team swag.
Madden 04?
It was Michael giving his own stuff. He's a complicated guy.
Yes.
But I would tell you he was, I knew him from the beginning, very kind.
Well, he's a former quarterback.
Yep, former quarterback.
I was right about that.
By the way, he's not bad on TV.
No, he's not. He does a good job. All right. I'm going to play you some incredible audio from Jason Stark
Okay.
around 8:10, but it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
To The day's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Connor. What do we got?
What's up, boys?
Hello,
we got some
Connor.
fun stuff today. I think you guys are really going to like this one. Not that you don't like all of them.
No.
But did you see this thing going on with Joe Burrow? Not the fact that he stunk week one, but there's been this tinfoil hat conspiracy
the Zapruder film
about the water bottle.
Yes.
So he picked up a water bottle weird on the sidelines, and everyone said, oh, no, he's good.
Right.
He bottle normally. And then, of course, somebody got to him and asked about it in media availability. So here's Joe Burrow addressing the water bottle concerns.
Water bottle discussion about how you picked up the water bottle at the game.
What did I do?
Apparently, it's just the way you picked it up that they said there might have been something wrong with your wrist based on the way
Oh, I picked it up weird?
Yes. Did you feel like you did?
I don't know. I drank water. I can't say I've seen that or know what anybody's talking about.
So I get why people would have that reaction because it's the injured wrist and it's his throwing hand. So, like, that's a concern. But I just watched the video again. He picked it up. He just accidentally grabbed it by the top and then had to grab it by the part where you squeeze the water.
But then there was another shot of him at practice where he picked up the bottle with that hand and then put it down and picked it up with the other hand.
We have multiple water bottle videos?
Yes, it was weird. They were like, people were trying to. It's like, I don't know what people are doing.
There's a second water bottle on the grassy knoll.
Here's the only thing is, Joe, the only thing with Joe is, Joe sort of spends a good amount of, he's one of those, he's a young guy. He knows social media and does it well and understands it well. I think he knew.
He
that
probably
this
knew
was
that people
out
were
there.
talking about
I
it,
love
yeah.
that he handled it he's very funny.
Here's the point of all of this. How glad are you guys that we are not in a place with our football team where we're breaking down the quarterback, picking up a water bottle to figure out if our season's cooked?
Don't assume that this city couldn't do it.
Oh, I know we could, and I know we would, but we're not, and we should be
Yes.
grateful
We talked
for that.
about a tush push and how they shouldn't do it anymore because of the leg last year. Is the tush push the reason why Jalen Hurts' leg is bothering him? Don't worry, we did it.
Don't assume it. Like we can, Connor, we can find our own level of stupidity. Just challenge us.
Oh, we do it pretty much once or twice a week. But
Just challenge us.
this is something that I don't know if I'd call this stupid. I would just an unfortunate situation for a Major League Baseball pitcher. I'm not sure if you guys. But Logan Webb of the San Francisco Giants, he didn't have his best All-Star game performance this year, even though he's a solid reliever. Blew a 3-0 National League lead in that game.
He did.
And he talked about it recently and said he was really, really hungover. he went to an event where Lil Jon was DJing at the Cowboys Stadium. There was a bunch of free alcohol the night before the All-Star game, and he got absolutely torched. Then woke up the next day, was hungover, pitched in the game. He said he was incredibly hungover, and that was the reason for his poor performance.
So
Wow.
Look,
Well, I love the honesty, but
part of the All-Star festivities
Wow.
is for them to have a good time.
Yes.
Like, let's, it's not like it's the Super Bowl where guys are participating in the Super Bowl festivities before the game. I mean, this is an All-Star.
okay.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Pro Bowl, there's guys that are hungover at the Pro
For the
Bowl.
dodgeball game now?
Right, well, yeah, exactly. It is crazy to admit it, though.
I don't think it is.
You don't?
No, because it doesn't. If it was for the World Series home field advantage still,
Oh, yeah.
and the
Well,
Phillies were in that
yeah.
conversation, I'd want Logan Webb just jailed for the
But
rest of his
how'd
life.
it come up? Like,
He was on a podcast, and
Oh,
he just,
okay.
I believe he offered the information, or maybe he was asked
I
about
was wondering,
the
did
experience.
a Giants beat reporter say, "Hey, have your recent struggles have anything to do with your All-Star game struggle?" Like, I wouldn't know why
drinking?
that would. Yeah,
Could
Hey,
your
listen,
drinking
man.
do this?
Everyone's been a little hungover here and there. That's why I'm not going to fault the guy. Like, it's a fun time for the guys. Nothing's on the line. The only thing that you have is your personal performance. And, hey, man, if he goes out there hungover, whatever. But what I will say to him is, buddy, grow up. There are thousands, maybe millions of people that play hungover men's league
Damn right,
around
man.
this country.
He doesn't know the
every
struggle.
Sunday. He doesn't get it. We go out there anyway and we fight through it. So Logan Webb, grow up. Learn how to pitch hungover.
Garrett Stubbs might be hungover every time he plays, for all
He
we
might,
know.
he might still be drunk. Anyway, we'll this something you guys led the show off with.
So, question I right now? Like, are we in a specific era when we look back at this where we go, man, that was the era of the quarterbacks. Man, that was the era of the wide receiver or the defense. When you're watching football this past weekend and the Eagles played Friday night, so you were able to sit back and watch football.
And focus on one.
Yeah. Are we in some sort of era right now when it comes to the NFL?
Is it easy enough to say? Am I simplifying it too much? If I just said we're in the Patrick Mahomes era, is that like
sort of like the guys that they always say they didn't win titles because Jordan was around?
Yes, Jordan era, LeBron era.
I think in the NFL that's weak to say that. In the NBA, I completely understand.
Right, because individuals impact the game significantly more. But
the only thing is we didn't call it the Brady era. Even though Brady
the
was
Patriots
winning,
dynasty era.
but we called it the quarterback. Dude, Phillip Rivers was thrown for over 4,000 yards.
Rivers won what? One playoff game?
He got to an AFC Championship game. That was the one played on his torn ACL.
Yeah.
Like, Philip Rivers got married in high school. Kids.
Yeah, congrats, Philip.
Which is really like crazy to me.
But call the Dr. Avidan Appel. Maybe get the snip.
My gosh. It's unbelievable.
But no, I
don't
people
know.
called it the quarterback era.
I think people called it the Brady.
So I just pulled up 2008.
Okay.
All right. Drew Brees led the league that year with 5,069 yards. Kurt Warner threw for 4,500 yards that year. Jay Cutler was a mess.
He was.
Threw for 4,500 yards that year. Aaron Rodgers, I don't know, was this his first season? Was 2008 his rookie year as a starter? Yes, it was. Wow. Aaron Rodgers, his first year as a starter, threw for over 4,000 yards. So did Phillip Rivers. So did Peyton Manning. This is the year Tom Brady's hurt, and Matt Castle throws for 3,600 yards, right? McNabb was just under 4,000. He was seventh in the league.
And they didn't make the playoffs.
Correct.
That Matt Castle.
But like back then, like it was the touchdown passes were much higher than it seems like they are now. Or is it because offenses are changing a little bit? Like the best teams, I said this earlier, the final four teams last year were balanced offenses,
which is crazy.
It wasn't drop back 45 times and maybe hand the ball off 5 or 6 times.
Well, do you think that they are? In all honesty, is the NFL's always talked about as being a copycat league?
Or being one step ahead.
Do you think this is going to lead to a trend of people trying to copy this plan?
So I said, you may not have been in that day. It may have been the week you were off.
So you saved good stuff when I was not here.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That the Eagles may have been ahead by signing Saquon Barkley because it's something that they
you
don't
brought that up the other day, though.
do.
No, you didn't. You saved that great content for when I was
Okay,
here.
so you were here. Because linebackers are getting smaller. And,
They are.
Cornerbacks are more so. They're no longer as many physical corners because they're just trying to defend the deep ball or defend passing routes.
And Saquon was brought down last year 11 times with the hip drop.
The hip drop tackle, yeah, because they
Which
had
is
to
now
find it,
illegal.
which is now illegal, even though nobody.
And he was brought down, I believe,
They
11
call any of
times
it.
with it last year.
So Saquon Barkley, the Eagles may have been actually ahead of the curve by getting him because defenses are now getting players, not scheming, literally finding players that are more sideline to sideline. The old days of the linebacker with the neck roll, those days are gone.
So what is this, the speed era?
That might, that's not a bad.
Maybe.
That's not a bad thing. I honestly, I looked at it as I think it's the no era. I don't believe there is an era right now. I just don't. I think we're in a non-era.
Right.
Because there's nothing
Could be.
There's nothing that's exact. Like right now, this is not. Nobody would say this is a great era for defense.
Okay, I'm going to bring this up, and I hate to do this because everyone uses it as an excuse, even though it's 4 years ago. Do we think that the pandemic, the way that it affected college sports, players coming out, the way that it affected the salary cap, the way that it paused things for a little bit, do we think that we are seeing the effects of that go to scouting, to players that are coming into the league, to development?
I don't think so in the NFL because these are literally the best of the best anymore. I do believe there are some young quarterbacks that may have been affected by coming out of college because they either didn't play or they couldn't play or whatever.
Connor, it's an interesting point you make because of the fact that we see it with our students right now.
Yeah.
We're seeing that, and my daughter was right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Now, she lived in a different part of the country where she went to school every day.
Right.
She didn't have to do remote school. They went to school. But we're seeing it now I'm teaching kids in college that tell me about the experience. So I would imagine if it's a teaching process in school, a development process and a teaching process in sports was effective.
Yeah, and I'm not the.
It could be, though.
I'm
No,
not
but it
the
could be.
Pandemic's the reason why the NFL is not as good right now. Like, I don't want to overstate it because I know that there's more factors. I just wonder how much that truly played into the way, if it paused the league for a little bit, and that's why there's not a distinct feeling about football. And maybe, hopefully, it's starting to come back, but I don't know. It's just something that popped into my mind.
It may have. It's an interesting thought. All right, so I want to play this for you, and this is going to extend into some more conversation as the show goes on. Don't forget, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN will be joining us at 8:30. Yesterday, on the best show ever, they're joined weekly by Jason Stark, the Hall of Famer Jason Stark. And he was working on a story, and Tyrone asked him about it, and it's compelling because it goes back to when the Phillies were struggling. And you know how we kept on saying, at some point it'll turn, and we never lost faith.
No.
We never lost faith. But I didn't realize, and maybe I'll try to find the exact statistic, teams that struggle in the second half don't do well in the playoffs. Like, there have been teams that have gotten off on great starts, and then they struggle in the second half, and then they do nothing in the playoffs. They don't necessarily turn it back on. And Jason Stark knows that because of the incredible amount of knowledge he has about the sport of baseball.
Just the history of it, yeah.
And he talked to Dave Dombrowski about it. And take a listen to what he told the best show ever yesterday.
Yeah, when I was on with you guys last week, I mentioned I was working on this story, and then I talked to Dave. And it was about how teams that have bad second halves almost never win in October. And so when I talked to Dave, I came away thinking it was clear that a lot of what we saw and what fans saw, he saw too. And he was not happy about it. He's got a thing that he's always looking for when he has a good team, which is when that team pulls out to a big lead and then takes its foot off the gas. He was talking to me about this and said, sometimes teams get a little content, they lose a little fire, and then at some point you got to find a way to light the fire again. And when Dave sees something like that, he makes sure that he lets people know about it, and he makes sure they know you have to fix this. He didn't specifically say this to me, but I know it to be true. It was also interesting that he told me that he talked to Jim Leland about this. Now, he's very close with Jim Leland. Jim managed for him in Miami, and he managed the 2006 Tigers team that played in the World Series but went through something really similar to this. My recollection of that time is Jim Leland let that Tigers team know enough of this. It's time to focus. It's time to get the fire back. And Dave talked to Rob Thompson about this. Rob talked to the big guys in his clubhouse about this. And you've seen how much more of a sense of purpose they've played with. But what was really powerful to me, I ended the story with this, Dave said in no uncertain terms, you're not going to win in October if you play like this. If you play with the approach this team played with for a couple of months. And so if he told me that, can you even imagine what he told people inside that team? I would love to have been a fly on that wall.
So, it's compelling.
I think it summarizes that Dave Dombrowski, and what he says is, it's exactly what I always say. It doesn't matter till it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We're playing like crap in July. No, it does matter. It does matter.
Right.
Because you can take your eye off the ball. You're playing lackadaisical baseball. I love the fact that Dave Dombrowski's fired up like that.
Yeah.
I wish his manager was.
Well, and maybe
I wish his manager
has
didn't have to
since
be.
been.
I wish he didn't have to be told it.
Okay.
That'd be great.
It might be a team effort, John.
I wish the leaders in the locker room didn't have to be told it.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. But
It's interesting.
It is interesting. And look, the people that were concerned, thinking they were going to miss the playoffs, you guys were crazy.
Dumb.
But for people that said this could hurt them come playoff time, maybe you guys were onto something because Dave Dombrowski felt that way too. Coming up next from ESPN, Jeremy Fowler joins us. We get to talk about the entire NFL landscape with Jeremy. Can't wait for it on this Football Friday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Friday.
Even though we've got pretty much baseball.
Well, yeah, Phil's Mets. We're going to do a Phil's Mets preview later on in the show. And speaking of baseball, a wild story that you and I both know about. Connor doesn't. And I can't wait to bring it up to Connor in the 9 o'clock hour. Wild story out of the world of baseball, specifically in the minor leagues that we'll get to. But, yeah, we got Phil's Mets beginning tonight, a fun weekend series. And then we have Eagles football on Monday. But Sunday, we have a chance to sit back and watch the entire National Football League, other than the game that happened last night between the Dolphins and Bills. And to talk more about the National Football League from ESPN, he does a tremendous job, and we always love having him on. Jeremy Fowler joins us. Jeremy, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me.
We are excited to have you on, and we're going to talk about the start off right away with your thoughts on the Eagles. Love going into it. So what'd you make of that for the Eagles? And do you think, because you were part of the story with Tim McManus, that the Hurts and might be trending in the right direction?
I think so. I mean, certainly that's going to be a compelling storyline pretty much all year, just because of the nature of the popularity of the team, and the quarterback and head coach position take a lot of the blame and take a lot of the credit. So, I saw a team that utilized Saquon Barkley in a lot of ways I sort of expected, because I thought it was a perfect offense for him going in, where he has a dual threat quarterback. He can play off that. He's finally got an offensive line that accentuates his strengths, and he came up big. So that's the difference you see and feel right away. It's kind of a weird game, back and forth, where, when the offense was clicking, the defense was getting its footing, and when the defense was finally getting its footing, the offense had some turnovers. So I think if they clean that up, they can be even better. And so, certainly it's a team that talent-wise, and from what we saw in week one, will be right in the mix every week.
Now, we saw the offensive approach that they took with Kellen Moore calling the plays and his design. I got to ask, though, are you expecting that it's going to be something where we can get into a rhythm of understanding how he's going to attack, or is every week potentially, do you think, going to look different under Kellen Moore?
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, they'll adjust the game plan based on, where they see the weaknesses of the defense. So, Kellen Moore is a seasoned enough coordinator where he can do that. I don't think it will be a situation where they just roll the ball out and say this is what we do and hope for the best. So it depends on how much they want to run Jalen Hurts, I think, is sort of an element of all this, because they want to use his mobility. And I think they, to see him at his core as a guy who, when he's at his best, is running at least some. But you also want to keep him. He does want to evolve as a passer as well. So you kind of have to areas. But the good news for the Eagles, they can always get away with whatever plan they want to run because of all the options they have. If Dallas Goedert's your fourth option, you're really good. Most teams don't have that luxury.
Jeremy, we've been getting into a conversation about quarterback play in the NFL, and whether it's at a high level or not as high of a level of years past or decades past or eras past, but the contracts are going up and up and up. Do you believe that the NFL has a bit of a quarterback problem right now in terms of overall talent but also the money that they're getting?
Well, teams would tell you they have a problem. Now, is it because they're sort of crying cash poor when really they have more than enough cash to cover it, and the salary cap goes up exponentially every year? Possibly, but I do think right now it's hard for some of these teams to budget a little bit. You see with Dallas, right? Like, went into the offseason with Dak Prescott and a $55 million cap hit or whatever it was, and unprecedented leverage. And then you got to pay CeeDee Lamb too, and you saw it in their offseason. I mean, they barely signed anybody. They were really pretty frugal all year, and they just have to rely on good draft picks and young, cheap players with most of the roster, So there are only so many guys you really can pay. I mean, San Francisco, you're seeing it. I think they have like 7 guys that make at least, 15 to 18 million or whatever that threshold is, and that's like the absolute limit. It's hard to really pay anybody else, and they got Brock Purdy to handle in a year. But it's funny when you talk to like people in front offices or head coaches, they'll tell you, you hear the same theme. It's like, even if you have the 15th best quarterback or the 13th best quarterback, you'd rather pay him an exorbitant amount than having the 25th best quarterback who's going to get benched and you're not going to be able to win. So it's where you have a solution, you just sort of overpay accept it. That's the stance that these teams are taking as opposed to just riding it out.
Well, do you think more teams, and John brought this up earlier when we were doing the show, do you think more teams go the Chicago Bears route where they go, hey, let's just try with Caleb Williams now instead of Justin Fields? Because not that Justin Fields has taken the league by storm, but neither is Trevor Lawrence or some of the other quarterbacks that have gotten paid a lot of money. Do you think more teams do that route?
I think they would, certainly, but you got to have the draft pick and the draft class to do it. I mean, you saw it this year, pretty strong quarterback class, and that's why 6 teams drafted one of the top 12, and you saw Atlanta sort of stretch, even though they had Kirk Cousins, to try to make a future play with Michael Penix, because next year might not be as good, and you sort of have to try to account for it when the opportunity arises. It's really tough. I mean, Chicago was just lucky that they got the Carolina draft pick that went number 1. Like that fell into their lap. They didn't really plan on that. And at that point, they figured, hey, with a guy like Caleb Williams, we absolutely have to take that chance. And they kind of knew Justin Fields probably was what he was at that point. But if you're Jacksonville and you have Trevor Lawrence, you pay him because of the upside and because you're not going to have a number 1 pick again anytime soon, most likely.
If going into the season, you have ideas, positive and negative, about teams, whether you think they're going to be really good or really bad, and even you in your job, you're being an objective journalist, but you also have opinions. Is there anything you saw in week 1 where you say, I didn't see that coming at all? And do you believe that what you saw was something that's going to continue?
Yeah, I'd probably look at that Cincinnati-New England game. I knew New England was going to try to run the ball a lot with Ramondre Stevenson because the passing game would be weak, but they looked a little better than I thought, and Cincinnati looked probably a lot worse than I thought on offense. Figured Joe Burrow would be healthy, and I think he is healthy, but just coming off that wrist surgery, I thought he'd be ready to go. And they had Jamar Chase, won a new contract. That didn't work out. They didn't get to the finish line, so I thought they'd be hungry to put up a big performance. So surprised by that. I think they'll get it going, and they certainly have the pedigree to do it, but that was a big surprise to me. And even though I didn't expect the Giants to be world beaters this year, it looked pretty rough the other day. I was just surprised at just how unspirited they looked overall, And I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick it up or not.
Can't blame any of the 52 players knowing that Daniel Jones is their starting quarterback. Jeremy, speaking of Jamar Chase, obviously he did play, but the contract's not done yet. I'm curious to get your opinion on this. How much do you respect the job that Howie Roseman does? Because it seems like every single year we don't have that kind of problem here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I was saying that, or I think I told somebody that around the time that Jamar Chase was about to get paid. CeeDee Lamb had just gotten paid. And you look at the Devontae Smith contract, it looks brilliant right now. Devontae Smith is pound for pound probably a top 12 receiver overall. You could argue if he was maybe the center point of an offense, he'd be sneaking in the top 10. And you get him for $25 million a year. I believe that was the case. And at the time they did that, I don't know if they knew that the market was going to go up to $35 million a year, but they certainly knew that 5 or 6 receivers were coming down the pipe with big numbers. Amon-Ra St. Brown was one, CeeDee Lamb, of course, all those guys. So Brandon Ayuk, they had an idea, and they decided to get out in ahead of it, And even the A.J. Brown contract was a little surprising just because how many years he had left on his deal, but that's sort of Philly's MO. They figure, hey, if we know a player's good and he's going to stay good, let's sort of advance the money now and give him some more guarantees and a higher per year average now, but we can spread that cap hit now out over 5 or 6 years, and we can get out of this thing in 2 to 3 years if we have to still, like the way they structure it. So it's sort of a win-win for them. It's a formula that's worked out that I think you could see more teams try to utilize. It depends on how you want to do it. Some teams want to see you do it one more year, right? Like you saw it with Minnesota with Justin Jefferson and Dallas with CeeDee Lamb. Like they weren't going to pay him after 3 years. Give it that 4th year, even though you have the 5th year option on your first-round pick rookie deal. Let's see you do it one more time. And a lot of times the player does it, and then you have to overpay even more, as opposed to just doing it early. So it really it depends on teams' threshold and patience, and a lot of times the proactivity works better, and that's what Philly tends to do.
Not going to ask you anything about your Gators, but as we look forward, but any chance you're rolling into down to see Monday Night Football? Any chance we might see in the press box or around the building?
No, I don't think this week. No.
Not this week.
back here in Connecticut. So I do like some Thursday night games, or I kind of bounce around a little bit. Monday, I usually get to watch from home, which is nice. So
That's good.
but I'll be glued in for sure.
We appreciate you always, Jeremy, and appreciate your time.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
You're the man. There he is, Jeremy Fowler on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Of course, he's from ESPN. Coming up next, get some more text messages, but I want to get to that stat.
Oh, it's a stat, but does it mean anything?
I do believe there's a flaw in the stat.
I like that. Flawed stats are even better.
And it's a great stat because I thought about it too much yesterday, which is why I got to what I believe is the flaw. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider up.
Connor, give us a text, and then I want John to give this stat that I believe is flawed, but I think it could be important if somebody actually did more research on it. And I'll explain more once you give the stat. But what do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, we have a couple of people checking in on the quarterback problem in the NFL that we believe there is. And this texter, no name on this one, but they say, heck yeah, there's a QB problem. Paying so much that it cripples the rest of the cap limits your team's ability to add missing pieces to your squad. And also, they say they're a longtime Eagles fan going to the link for the first time on Monday night.
Oh, that
cool.
is
Enjoy
so
yourself.
awesome.
I'm a at-home
They should come
viewer.
and see you guys.
Yeah,
The
Xfinity
pregame.
Live. I'm an at-home viewer, but I will say, like, whenever you do get the opportunity to go as a fan, like, you go for media purposes, but
Right.
it is an experience unlike any other. Like, it's a great time.
I love it. I think even though I love Citizens Bank Park so much as a fan, like there's something about a Red October game that's just wild. The importance of every single Eagles
game,
just
yeah,
makes it a little bit bigger.
But back to the text about the quarterback stuff. I remember, and I thought people were crazy for it, and I still think you are. People were upset when Hurts got paid. Despite him getting to a Super Bowl, they're like, oh, wow, now the cap. Maybe not necessarily upset that he got paid, but worried, like, what happens now? Because you were such a good team because you had the quarterback on the rookie deal. That would be a concern for everybody. But once you think you have the guy, you got to pay him. My problem is there's quarterbacks that haven't done anything, and they're getting paid as if they have.
Well, they've made, like in Jacksonville, they have made Trevor Lawrence the face of the franchise.
Yeah.
They have a whole Florida sunshine, take
Yeah.
off on the sunshine quarterback.
And what
with
has
his
he
hair
done?
And everything. He's done nothing. I mean, well, he's made them a relevant franchise as their quarterback, which they haven't been for the vast majority of their existence. So there's that. But it's being bought on potential.
Absolutely.
On what it could be, what it might be. And it hasn't happened.
All right, so give me this stat that you gave me off air yesterday that was in my brain all day.
By the way, I was pissed off that Dylan McKinnon knew it. So it really annoyed me.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say Dylan McTrollan really pissed me off yesterday. Is what percentage of teams that go 0-2 make the playoffs? It's 11%. It's 11%. And you think where if a team is 0-1, oh, come on, they can come back from 0-2. And by the way, Cincinnati's done it twice under Joe Burrow and made the playoffs once they made it to the AFC Championship game.
Right.
So it's happened. But 11% make the playoffs. That's wild to me that an 0-2 start can dig you a hole like that. And a 2-0 start is going to get you a 2/3 chance to make the playoffs.
So
it's wild.
I have a theory.
Okay, what's your theory?
This is my belief why that statistic is flawed.
Okay.
But hopefully somebody could dive deeper into it. You just mentioned the Bengals.
Right.
Were 0-2 twice, made the playoffs both times, and one of them was the AFC Championship games.
Right.
What were the expectations of that team going into the season? Probably playoff
Oh, no,
team.
they were good. They're a playoff team.
The Carolina Panthers suck. They're going to start 0-2.
Okay.
They will fall in that percentage. Like, there are teams that will start 0-2 that going into the year they're not going to make the playoffs. The teams that start 2-0, for the most part, are going to be playoff teams, not just because of a trend, but because the Eagles are a good football team, and that's why they will start 2-0. That's where I see the flaw in it. Because, like, the Panthers are going to be 0-2, but they're not a playoff team. So
Okay.
I'd be curious if somebody
went back and said of the 0-2 teams that made the playoffs, were they all teams that went into the season with
like an over-under
expectations?
of 9.5 wins or something
that's
like
that's
that.
an interesting way to look at it.
Because
And
the Panthers stink. The Panthers are 0-2.
I didn't know where you were going to come on that one as far as how that was going to work. But to me, the idea of like, you got a better than 60% chance of making the playoffs if you go 2-0.
Right.
Is ridiculous to me.
No, it's a great, and hopefully the Eagles can.
But that's crazy to me because it's a 17-game season and it's such a small sample size.
Right.
It just is
But for
wild.
the most part, those 2-0 teams are good 2-0 teams. Like the Panthers weren't going to start 2-0 this year.
Like there's a number if you're in first place on 4th of July in baseball. I don't know what the exact number is, but a lot of teams, if you're in the first place on the 4th of July in baseball, you win the division better than 50% of the time.
Right.
To me, that's still leaving a wild number.
Yeah, because July 4th is still early.
Exactly. You're
like
not
one
even
of the
at
only ones
you're
I
not at the
really
All-Star
buy.
break.
Like you guys heard me, Connor, when John was out.
So you saved more good content.
No, this was a while ago.
I'm just trying to understand this partnership here.
No, this is the hockey and NBA playoffs. I believe if a team goes up 3-0 in a series in the playoffs, it should just be over. Because
then why don't you just have 5-game series?
No, still best of 7. But if a team goes up 3-0, it's done. You know, when you play
can't
basketball,
do that. It's best of 7.
You know when you play basketball, it's first to 11, but win by 2. Like
Okay,
it's best of 7, but if it's a 3-0 series, it's over.
Okay, I'm glad that you saved that content for when I wasn't here.
Yeah,
because I really appreciate hearing it.
You
now.
mean only the best?
So that you saved that stuff.
All right. Well,
I'm glad to see you save some of the crap for when I was gone too.
Speaking of good content, coming up next. So we'll reset the show. We'll preview some Phillies and Mets, but we have a wild story coming out of the world of baseball that Connor doesn't know about yet, so I can't wait to tell him about it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. pick segment coming up at 9:30. What we do on the show is we do 3 games that we like in a prop. And I'm telling you right now, I may have a lock.
Or we might do multiple props.
Or multiple props if you like.
Because
I'm trying to make the people money.
There's a few that there's actually a third that I like better than point spreads.
Ooh, I got a lock too, and I'm interested if it's the same one as Andrew.
Interesting. Because
I don't think so.
Yes. Does the leader go
really
first? Because it might be my only week to go first.
You
I
are
guess
3-1. I went 2-2. Connor went 1-3.
All right, we didn't have to.
Bounce back. It's bounce back week.
Connor, I promise I'll come back to the pack.
This is a must-win week for Connor.
Must win.
It's a must-win week for Connor.
That was a scheduled loss.
I do believe a lock for a prop.
Mine's not a prop.
I might steal Mikey Miss's term of shoebox bet.
Oh, really?
You put it. Yeah, dude. Vegas hasn't caught up to something yet. But before we did at 9:30. I can't wait to tell you this incredible story out of the world of baseball. We'll get to that later on.
It is an incredible
segment.
story.
I promise. Segment. But here's what we've talked about so far today. I mean, the concussion conversation, or the Guardian cap, not even the concussion conversation. The Guardian cap took up like the first 90 minutes of the show. So we weren't planning on it, but sometimes conversation continues. And we were talking about whether or not that should be a league mandate, and you're very much against
that.
Mandates.
Mandate of that, I'm against that.
And, Connor and I are in the belief of sometimes players should be told what to do.
Mandates can be fun. You go get a beer with a buddy.
What, you're mandated to get a beer with the buddy? Yeah, I mean, look, if I was mandated to get a beer, I would do it.
God, I need to hear more about your apps.
So we've talked about that. We've also talked about the quarterback issue in the NFL. Or I asked the question, do we believe, and as a show we do we believe that the NFL has a quarterback problem? And the quarterback problem is lacking in talent compared to other eras of quarterbacks. However, getting paid like 10 times the amount of what those other quarterbacks got. Now, the cap has gone up, and the money has gone up in the NFL, so that's part of the reason why the money for quarterbacks have gone up. But the obsession, and rightful obsession, of the quarterback position has led to people maybe overpaying early on. Because as we talked about with Jeremy Fowler, there's only a couple of routes. There's hoping that you hit on the high draft pick.
That's the number one route because you get a cheap option.
Right. There's the free agent that doesn't normally happen. Like, I did not really expect Dak Prescott to enter free agency. I really didn't. I know we've seen more quarterback turnover in recent years than we were used to seeing, but I did not expect Dallas to let Prescott enter free agency. So waiting for a free agent isn't going to happen often. Trades, the power that quarterbacks have. The Eagles did want quarterbacks. They wanted Russell Wilson. Let me remind you, he didn't want to come here. They wanted Deshaun Watson. He didn't want to come here, right? There were players that the Eagles were interested in that didn't want to come here. Or you go the Geno Smith route, right? You think you got something in this veteran and you can pay him less money and make your team better in other areas.
Okay.
I don't know if there is a best route other than hoping that your rookie quarterback, contract, it's got to be it, right?
And that's why a lot of coaches get fired. Or general managers get fired because of the fact that they overvalue what they think they have,
right?
Or what they think they're getting, and they end up overvaluing.
And what's more of a job risk? Let me ask you this: what the Bears did, saying, you know what? Even though the GM's gone, right? The GM that drafted Justin Fields is gone. But think about this for a second: what's more of a risk for a GM in terms of trying to maintain your job? Hey, we don't really feel great about this quarterback, but there's no other options, so we're going to pay him a lot of money. Or, hey, look, I'll admit my mistake. This guy's not playing out the way we expected him to. We have a high draft pick. Let's try it again. Wouldn't that be better for your job, future? Like, hey, I got at least 2 more years with this quarterback?
I would think that it would, but as far as the decision you make, your owner may say to you that I need to see quicker results from the guy you think is better than
right.
I need to see more immediate results. Then you might feel more pressure to go and throw somebody into a situation that they're not ready for.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're basically asking them for a second chance to evaluate. And if they don't believe, like if you drafted the first guy and he's not the guy, they have a right to say, well, I don't trust your evaluation process now. So if you think someone else is the person, I'm going to bring in somebody who can do this job better than you to evaluate this properly next time around.
Yeah, and this is such a random thought, but a team that probably isn't doing it right, even though they're celebrated for it, and I celebrate him for it. Honestly, maybe continuously finishing right around 500 might be the worst thing for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah,
because they had Ben Roethlisberger for 600 years, but they've never been bad enough to get a good quarterback. They hoped that Kenny Pickett was the guy. He was a later mid first round pick. He wasn't one of the first quarterbacks off the board. And now, because they're not bad enough to draft a big quarterback, they're trying with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
I think Roethlisberger was 12 in that draft.
Right,
maybe?
because they hit on him. Right.
They hit on him.
So, let's get Kenny Pickett.
Right.
And Kenny Pickett's not the guy, but because Mike Tomlin always finds a way to win, and I commend him for it. It's amazing that they find a way to win despite not having much talent. Because they keep on winning, they don't have a high draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's that NBA purgatory thing.
Right. It's why the Sixers did the process from the beginning, because they kept on finishing as an 8th seed, and that wasn't going to win you anything.
Yeah. I don't know what I would be much more likely to want to cut bait than to continue.
I think I would too.
I would. I think what the Bears did is smarter. To say, if you don't believe in the guy, don't just say, well, we have to do it.
Right, because we drafted him with a first-round pick.
Yeah, I think that, and it would be damn hard. I promise it would be damn hard.
I'm sure it would be.
But,
could you imagine if the Chargers did say, you know what, we're not paying Justin Herbert? They would probably get ridiculed for it.
Oh, no, they'd get crushed.
But
Crushed for it.
If you're inside the Chargers office and you made that decision, you go, yeah, but what has he done? Why should I pay?
And it wouldn't be a bad, and there wouldn't be an argument against it.
No, if you've in your career, why should you pay based off of what?
Right.
Prospect?
And I brought this up on the air before. Here's exactly how I'd handle it, and this would be crazy, and I'd get fired immediately. But I shouldn't be if I was GM. Do you know, so Kenny Pickett, first round, 20th overall, 2022 draft. You know who else was in that draft class? Think about who was the last pick.
Brock Purdy.
I would just go, dude, if you don't have a quarterback, I'd take 6. I'd take 7.
We talked about this off the air the other day. I think the Commanders at the time, the Redskins, did the right thing.
Let's
took first draft
and
RG3 and let's draft Kirk Cousins.
Right.
And, yes.
Because we're seeing it's not all these quarterbacks are in the league. It's not always the number 1 overall pick that's winning.
No, and people can't evaluate. You have to accept that it's a crapshoot, and you have to say, I'm going to take as many bites of the apple as I can get. So you take 6 or 7 guys.
Right.
It's crazy because the rest of your team doesn't stink, but you know what you do? That first year, you find out if you have a Mahomes.
Now, 6 or 7 guys is crazy.
I know it is, and I'd get fired, but that's what I would honestly do.
Well, that would get you fired.
It would, but that's the thing. You're going to evaluate one of those guys to say, man, chances are we're going to run into one of them, right? And if you do, then you spend the next 4 years or 3 years doing everything you can to sell out to build the roster, a la the Los Angeles Rams, and you find one. And then you decide if you want to pay that guy. And if you don't, you know what you do? Years, you start over when that guy needs to get paid.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're going to be in a Daniel Jones contract. You're going to be in a contract like Deshaun Watson. And I know that's not the same situation, but you're going to pay big money to a guy who's not the guy to try and save yourself a little bit. And all you're going to do is prolong the chances of you not winning.
And then I read that article on Fox this morning. How can quarterbacks put their backups in a better position? How about you get your starting quarterbacks in a better position?
That's the truth.
Yeah. The starters aren't great. And you're worried about backup quarterback issues? The Nick Foles thing is once in a blue moon. Right? It's not going to happen all that often. All right, real quick. This is a beautiful thing, man.
What's beautiful?
So my man Alfie.
What's up, Alfie?
Alfie, our local Lions fan.
What's it all about, Alfie?
So he tweets at me. He goes, I want to give you a shout out, which is nice.
What? That's nice.
So we have 2 Lions fans that listen all the time. Alfie and Anthony M. Schmall.
Motor City Kitties.
And he says, your introduction of me to Ant years ago as fellow Lions fans in Philly, this weekend we're going to Ford Field together to watch our first Lions home game.
Okay, wait a minute. Here's something I got to figure out with Alfie. why, if he's a Lions fan, why has he never been to a Lions game? Is he not from Detroit?
No. I don't.
Why
look,
is he a Lions fan?
the same thing with the Cowboys fans that have never, never gone to Dallas. But I think that's cool that a friendship was put together via this radio station.
Okay, I think that's really cool. That part of it's really cool.
We have our YouTube community.
I need to know why Alfie is a fan of the Detroit Lions and he's never been to Detroit to see a game. That's wild to me.
Look,
how did it happen? Maybe the explanation.
It happens. I don't get it either, but it happens. All right, so Connor, you don't know about this story.
Nope.
It's wild.
And it is.
It's ungodly.
It's just it's unbelievable considering where this guy's at and considering he didn't make the most of it. So this catcher, Derek Bender. All right.
Great last name.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for somebody to tell the joke.
I'm not.
No, I'm not going to. No.
My daughter is saying it right now if she was listening to the show because I taught her that from when she was young. So she's doing that one.
So they just, the Minnesota Twins just Derek Bender, who on their single A team.
Sixth round pick.
Sixth round pick. Like he just got drafted.
That's a good pick.
Baseball because it's a 90,000 draft. So he was their sixth round pick out of Coastal Carolina. Single A. He's only 20 years old. Like he just got in. Like it's not like this guy's been in the minor. He's not Weston Wilson.
No.
Right. He's been in the minor leagues for 10 years, still scratching and clawing, trying to make his way up. So Derek has since been released by the Minnesota Twins, and who knows if he ever gets a job again, Connor. What do you think he was doing for something to get released for?
Gambling.
That would be my first thought, right?
That would have been mine too.
And this is why I say he didn't make the most of it.
Singing karaoke on game.
No. And then
Bender, the season was almost over. They were about to be eliminated from playoff contention. He was telling the batters what pitches were coming.
Hell yeah. Bull Durham, baby. Let's go. Pitchers need to learn.
It's so dumb.
No, it's not. Pitchers need to learn.
They needed to learn, baby.
They weren't shaking him off. He literally said to his teammates, man, I just want this season to end. You
know what, too? It's not like the guy tore it up this year and is a great
Right. It's not like he was in 400.
So if this guy was being held back by the pitchers, or if he was doing the job so well that it was like, man, this is an eye-popping prospect. The guy's a Joe Bag of Donuts.
He's also a moron because he understands, like, the more hits and runs you give up, the longer the games are, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but David, he wanted them eliminated from the season.
wanted to be out of the playoffs.
They were still, by the way, his team was still in the mix.
Yeah, they were still in playoff contention. He just didn't want to keep on playing.
I kind of love this.
No, that's a horrible thing to love as a baseball man. Imagine, Connor, you pitched in collegiate baseball, right?
Yeah.
Imagine you got a phone call from the Phillies organization or any organization. Hey, we're going to give you a shot in the single A. And you go, all right, sounds good. And you pee it away in your first season. You worked your whole life. How many practices did you do? How many times did you do individual workouts? You name it, for your baseball career that at least got to college, which is further than so many people can say. This guy may have never made it out, but he got further than so many people can say. He's 20, and he tipped off the batters because he wanted the season to end.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a stupid waste of an opportunity, but there is part of me, like the slacker in me, does have to appreciate people who, like, there's some people who kind of mail it in. Like, there's this new term, quiet quitting, where people just kind of like hang out at their job until they get fired or whatever. But
that's not what's happening, right?
No, not at all. But what you're looking at, a guy that completely mails it in, like just sell out, and I'm done with all of this. Part of me does look at that and say, hey, man.
No, there's zero respect. I don't even know how you even could find a way to respect it, especially in college. So Coastal Carolina, he hit 326 OBP at 408, slugged 571, hit 32 home runs, had 153 RBIs in his 144 games. Like, he was a good collegiate player.
It's a good program down there,
That's why
too.
he was a sixth-round draft pick. I'm kind of tired. It's been a long season.
That is a jerk. By the way,
that's horrible.
By the way, Connor, they had to move him. This is part of the story.
To the bullpen.
He had to dress in another room. He had to be moved to the bullpen to sit. He couldn't sit on the. His teammates were going to freaking kill him.
As they should.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they should have beaten his ass. He may never get back in baseball.
You probably should.
Never trust him again.
He may never, ever be back in baseball.
It's like, what's the dude's name on the Bills that retired at halftime?
Oh, I forget. I know who you're talking about.
It's
though.
just like,
Antonio Brown?
That was a different circumstance. But like, I don't respect it. Respect isn't the right word. But part of
Vontae
it,
Davis.
yes,
the tight
Vontae
end.
Davis. Part of it, it's funny. Like,
No,
I
it's
find
not,
the humor
dude.
in
It's
it.
horrible.
That's pretty funny. Come on.
No, it's funny if you're watching Eastbound and Down. Right? This is real
If it's
life.
not real,
This is a real
he's a
baseball game.
He probably waited his whole life thinking, I'm playing to be a Major League Baseball player, and he's never going to.
Hey,
he's never
he
going to
peed
sniff
away
it
any
down.
opportunity because,
Sure.
as John said, it's not like he was slugging 400 and
It's
the team
not like
goes,
he's being a stud.
"Oh, let's try to make sure this never happens again."
What do you want me to feel bad for the guy? He made the decision.
No, don't say
No,
I
I'm just saying
respect
it's-
it. Just
I didn't
you
say
say the guy's an
respect it.
idiot and it's a crazy
I
story.
thought you did say you respect.
No, I said respect isn't the right word for it, but idiots can be funny. I like to laugh at things I
Yeah,
find
well, they're
humorous.
idiots.
And I think the visual of this guy saying, I want to be done with the single A season. Hey, fastball's coming, buddy. Hit this one a mile.
Like, it makes me
Come on,
wonder if
dude.
that's ever happened before.
Oh, it definitely
I
has.
guarantee it's happened before.
Like, not gambling. That's why I keep on saying he didn't make the most of it. Like, if you're going to do that, at least put a couple bucks down on your team to lose.
Well, you heard the Chase Utley story that's made the rounds. There's the clip.
Hit me. He wanted to get hit. Yeah.
Exactly. There's conversations like that all the time that we don't know about.
It's crazy, man. All right. Speaking of baseball, Phil's Mets begin tonight.
Yes.
Connor poo-poos the Mets. I don't blame you. I poo-poo the Mets too, but we shouldn't.
No, you
John's right. I mean, they've been the best record in baseball since London.
The best team in baseball since London.
Best record in baseball.
That's amazing. They've won the most games in baseball.
All right, this is where we're gonna
since
get into
London.
semantics.
So I have no idea what you're talking about. They've been the best team in baseball.
Win-loss record, Connor.
Yes.
They have been
and
the
that team is
They've
wins
been
and
the best
losses.
team.
I will save my
baseball.
comments.
Yes.
But it's a big series because you can cut down that magic number dramatically.
Tonight, a win over the times you usually get the good and then you get the clunker. But tonight, if they win, the magic number would drop to my favorite.
It's big
Because
for
tonight
you.
you get the one. A lot of people are very confused about magic number.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be 7 if they win tonight because the Mets is who they're calculating it off, not off the Braves. The Braves are no longer calculating the magic number for the Phillies.
Dude, it could be, if things work a certain way, it could be 3 by the time we're back on the air Monday.
Well, yeah, if you sweep the Mets.
Yeah, and then the Braves lose, so they don't pick up.
I mean,
Because if they pick up over the Mets, then the magic number is calculated off of them.
yeah, but
Right.
the thing is, remember, it's not going to be 3 because then the Braves would potentially. But the Braves play the Dodgers.
Yeah, you don't want the Braves to get swept.
The Braves play the Dodgers.
If you want depending on what you value.
We
Now
want
this
the
is all
Braves.
complicated.
We want the Braves taking care of it. The number, just take care of business here. The Dodgers. We are big fans of the Braves this weekend.
I won't say
You got a 9-game lead on the Braves. The Braves aren't catching you.
I hope they
let
split.
them take care of the. Why? Let them take care of the Dodgers.
Because screw them, that's why.
Screw them. That's
No, let them take care of the Dodgers for you and get the number 1 seed.
Yeah,
And
it's
by
logical.
the way, we're Diamondbacks fans too because they play the Brewers. You got a 4-game lead in the Brewers right now. You're heading into a series with the Brewers next week. Let the Diamondbacks take 2 out of 3 or 3
By
out
the
of
way,
3.
Can we hit this break? I'm going to go throw off.
September
Braves fan,
16th.
Diamondbacks fan.
September 16th was the date.
That's
That's
true.
what you said.
September 16th. All right, coming up next, we do our pick segment. 3 games and a prop, maybe more props for John Kincade. I believe I have a lot.
How about 3 props?
Wow, jeez. We'll get
I
to
love
it.
them all too.
All right, well, we'll get
You're
to
going
them.
to bet every one of them.
I probably will. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. FanDuel was my sports book of choice. It's also the presenting sponsor of our pregame show, and of course, FanFest. They must have a camera in here, John, because I wrote down a prop, and the prop has already changed since I wrote it down.
Maybe it's that good. Maybe your mind is that good, and good, smart bettors are jumping on it.
And I still like it, but it was a lock when I wrote it down about 30 minutes ago.
And now you're in a little different one.
No, it's still a good bet to make, but it was a lock 30 minutes ago. All right, so let's do the pick segment. Johnny, you went 3-1 last week. I went 2-2. Connor, you went 1-3. So, Mr. Bounce Back, I'll let you go first if you want to.
I might defer the kickoff here. I kind of want to hear what you guys are thinking.
All right, who you want to start?
Let's let Johnny go first. Let's let the leader in the clubhouse.
3-1.
He earns it.
One game I'll pick the spread on. I'm going
so
with
you're
3
just
props.
going one game and 3 props. All right, so we can do that. Four
you can
bets.
do that, sure.
We'll do 4 bets.
Texans -6.5 versus the Bears on Sunday Night Football. When a quarterback wins his first start, and he was a number 1 pick in the draft, he's 5-22 straight up the next week, and he is also around 30% against the spread the next week.
You know what's amazing? You are great.
I'm a dork, but I read everything.
No, it's amazing that you have that. Sometimes I go, well, what is the rookie quarterback this year compared to the rookie quarterback 10 years ago? I'll just say this. Caleb Williams won a game throwing for 90 yards.
That's another reason why.
He ain't throwing for 90 yards against the Texans and beating them.
Yeah,
so I'm
Texans
with you.
-6.5. Easy ones. 2 are running backs, 1 are quarterbacks. Jonathan Taylor over 72.5 versus Green Bay. At Green Bay.
Okay.
Jonathan Taylor's going to run all over the Green Bay Packers rush defense.
After what we saw last week with Saquon, I think that's a great bet.
And he's their number 1 option. So he's going to get the opportunities. Derrick Henry over 74.5 yards rushing versus Vegas. Derrick Henry's going to romp. By the way, last week, what did they give up to J.K. Dobbins? 130 yards rushing to Vegas. Derrick Henry's going for 75 minimum, so bet that one. And Derek Carr, under 227.5 yards passing at Dallas.
Yeah, he's not playing.
The Saints
Carolina
are being
stinkers.
overhyped and talked about. Dallas will crush them. Their defense will get the pressure on them. They'll crush them.
Well, and that's why, Johnny, I have the Dallas Cowboys to cover the 6.5-point spread against the New Orleans Saints because Derek Carr will not be as easy as it was last week against Carolina. And, oh, by the way, Dallas can actually score points, unlike Bryce Young, who sucks. So the Dallas Cowboys,
that's good analysis on your
have
part.
them covering the 6.5. So sometimes I hear Mike Missanelli talking about lines.
Yeah.
Which is why I would look strongly at the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay, why?
Who are 1.5-point favorites at home against the LA Rams, who a lot of people have winning the NFC West. That is not an official play, but I will tell you right now that is something that I would keep a close eye on. Why are the Cardinals the favorite? But
I have a number. I can explain it to you. Dork Boy can.
Please.
When a team blows a 10-point lead the next week, they're 72% against the spread straight up. Like that, I mean, against the spread. 72% of the time. 10-point lead since the 32-team NFL.
That's a wild statistic to have.
And it's weird I had it written down.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Cards, Jags, Titans.
It's an interesting line.
Yeah, 72% of the time.
But speaking of interesting line, and then sometimes I ignore line movement or I ignore weird lines, right? The San Francisco 49ers should not only be 5.5-point favorites against the Minnesota Vikings. I know it's in Minnesota. A dome stadium for Brock Purdy to be able to throw to all of his weapons. Brandon Ayuk now has a chance to play. You know, he kind of participated in training camp, but he's back, and it doesn't matter if it's Christian McCaffrey or Mason. Clearly, their running game was fine against a much better defense in the New York Jets. I'm taking the Niners to cover the 5.5. So Cowboys 6.5, Niners 5.5, and the Chargers. The Panthers stink.
They do.
The Chargers, I have them covering their 4.5. So those are my 3 games.
All right.
My prop, that is a lock. And it's one of the same games that you have. You have Derrick Henry's over in rushing yards. I wrote it down at 1.5. It has since gone up to 2.5.
What's
and
that?
It's still a great bet. Justice Hill is the backup running back to Derrick Henry. Harbaugh has said publicly Derrick Henry is no longer a 3-down back. Justice Hill will be there for the 3rd down back. Lamar Jackson does not necessarily always look downfield. Justin Hill had 6 catches last week. 6.
Yep.
His over-under in receptions is 2.5. It was originally 1.5.
It's 2.5 on mine.
I would say that's a lock for Justice Hill to have at least 3 receptions. Back. Derrick Henry's not going to be catching the ball in that backfield. And it's not like Lamar is looking downfield. So there's my prop.
All right. I've 3 games, one that I really like, and then a prop that I'm taking a flyer on trusting a guy. We'll start with the one that's a stone cold lock. Are you kidding me that the Colts are only 2.5-point favorites over the Green Bay Packers with Malik Willis? Malik Willis stinks. He's awful. And I'm looking at that and I'm saying there's no way that Colts team doesn't beat them by a touchdown or more. I'm taking that game. I also think Jets only giving 3.5 against the Titans is low. I'm taking the Jets minus 3.5. And that Saints-Cowboys game, my app over here on Caesar Sportsbook, I've only got it minus 6 for the Cowboys. I'm taking that as well. They're significantly better than the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
My prop here, and I think people are underselling this guy because of a weird week 1, but if T. Higgins is back and Jamar Chase is rolling, Joe Burrow over 229.5 passing yards. They're going to be down to the Chiefs for most of that game. Kansas City's the better team. He's going to be throwing a lot. He's going to throw more than 230 passing yards.
Okay. There's our 4 picks. Doesn't matter how we do it. Could be all props. Could be all games.
I didn't know if I violated the rules with that, but I think that we're trying to make people money.
In progress,
and we're trying to make people money.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there it is.
That's what we're in the business for here.
Is that what we're doing?
And yours is your sports book of choice, Connor?
Caesar Sportsbook.
Check that out, man.
And mine, of course, the Bet Parks app and the pregame show.
Yep, FanDuel Sportsbook and also FanFest, which is coming our way September 28th. We can't wait for it. All right,
around the corner.
Give us a text message that's coming in at some point during today's show, Connor.
All right, this is Bryant from Bala Cynwyd checking in here. He does say hi to you guys. And he also says,
Hi, Bryant.
I feel like the quarterback play is different during this era. We probably won't see a quarterback throwing 50 touchdowns again. On the flip side, we're seeing more mobile quarterbacks rack up rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. So I'll ask you this. This isn't in Bryant's text, but is this the era of the dual threat quarterback?
It could be.
The quarterbacks that we're talking about being dual threat, because I don't consider Mahomes one.
Lamar is definitely dual threat.
Lamar is.
Josh Allen.
Jalen Hurts. I would say C.J.
Is Josh
Stroud
Allen
has
a scrambler or a runner, though?
Yeah.
Anything.
Either way, like he's definitely dual threat.
He sees the first down marker, he's going for
Right.
it.
He will.
Geno Smith. I think C.J. Stroud has the potential.
But all right,
I think he's
but I
gonna
will
be
say
more of a
this. So to that text, to Brian's point,
Yeah.
we already saw after 1 year of success with Jalen Hurts that they wanted to try to limit his running a little bit. Even though they said, we're not paying him more to do less. They did try to. They wanted him to be better and better and better in the pocket. At some point, unless you're Lamar, where it's like elite speed, because he's got the most elite speed out of any of the quarterbacks.
Okay.
Don't you want to try to protect the guy that you're paying $250 million?
I do.
I get it, but who are you trying to turn him into? Think about the quarterbacks that fit that mold in today's game.
Yeah, but like you mentioned C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud can throw the football really well.
Yes, that's what dual threat means. They can do both.
Right,
do you
but
want to turn him into Justin Herbert?
There might come a time once he gets that contract where you go, hey, CJ, I love your ability to run the football, but we want you to try to limit that because what's best for us is when you're healthy.
I guess Lamar hasn't been limited. Josh Allen hasn't been limited. Jalen
Hurts,
Hurts, they're calling run plays for him still.
Yeah, they are.
Kyler
and
Murray
they
hasn't been limited.
They should have it still in the offense, but it's a great point. It might be. I just wonder, does there come a time where a team goes, hey, we're paying you a lot of money. We need you to be healthy, man.
Yeah, but you're paying them a lot of money to be productive.
Like what you said, the whole Hurts thing is a good point. Now, we're not going to pay him more to do less.
Right, exactly. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, presented by Von C, and a whole lot more on this Fanatic Football Friday. Right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
What's up, everybody? This is Bill Collar.
You want another one of the Geek Boys numbers for you?
Yes, please.
Last week, favorites were on the money line. Money line betting. We're 13-3. That is the best record ever posted.
Wow.
In an opening week since the NFL's been at 32 teams. How about that?
That's interesting.
That's weird. So just think about it that way. Is that like on the money line, favorites were 13-3. And that doesn't even seem crazy to think 13-3 opening week. That was the best record in the modern NFL.
And there's a lot of
32
closer matchups this week in terms of money line bets. Like I'm trying to see what the biggest odds-on favorite is in terms of money line. It looks like it's the Jets at minus 355. I think that's what it was. Yeah, 350. Oh no, sorry, that's for next week against the Patriots. The biggest money line favorite for this week is Baltimore at minus 460. Other than that, I mean, it's all pretty close. I mean, even the lines are minus 335, but you could see the Bucs winning that game.
Well, as I told you too about the betting, when teams they don't cover spreads, well, coming off of here's another Geek Boy number. When you play an overtime game, so Rams in Detroit,
yes.
You don't cover. You're only going to cover the spread 41% of the time the next
game. Wow, how about that? 7.5. I'm not touching. I'm not touching that one. That's too high for me. All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So the first question I have for you is, are we in an era right now? Like, are we in a specific era when we look back at this where we go, man, that was the era quarterbacks. Man, that was the era of the wide receiver. And there are trends that defense are in the defensive era. Like when you're watching football this past weekend and the Eagles play Friday night, so you were able to sit back and watch football.
And focus on one.
Yeah. Are we in some sort of era right now when it comes to the NFL?
We are.
What's that?
The no era. I don't think it's an era of anything.
Okay.
I will say this. Wide receivers, I don't know that I've ever seen an era where so many elite wide receivers.
Right.
But I still don't consider this the wide receiver era because who's got to get the ball to the wide receiver?
Right, it's the quarterback.
It's the worst quarterback era in my lifetime.
So Tua Tagovailoa, I don't want to ignore what happened. He goes down with another concussion. He makes contact with DeMar Hamlin, of all people, and just like a stiff board plops to the ground. And I got to ask this question. They started making those Guardian caps, those bubble things that you saw them wearing during training camp. Why don't they mandate it at this point? When the only reason I've heard players not want to wear them, again, this documented, the only one that I've seen so far is it looks weird.
I can't imagine that you mandate it.
Why not? If it's the best.
If the players.
Do they want any more lawsuits about concussions and all this?
No. Those lawsuits are over now.
Okay.
Players Association, everything said, look, they paid out. They're working together on this issue.
Okay.
If a player today claims that they don't know what they're facing, that they don't know what's going on, it's a money grab. It is a complete money grab.
You see Tua go down. If you're Roger Goodell, when do you go, you know what, guys, look, I know you think it's weird, but can you see fine with it on? Yeah. Does it make you feel heavier? Do you really notice that it's on other than looking at the guy across from you? Do you think it looks weird? No? Then why wouldn't you mandate it?
When you proposed this topic, the number one thing that came into my mind was that maybe I'm not listening to you. Because what I will always...
you're just wrong for doing that.
Look, I mean, what I'm going to say is the fact that when I hear you go, the product's terrible.
Yeah.
And I will say to you, more people are flocking to the summer blockbuster movie than ever before. I don't care what the critics say.
Monday night,
people love it.
Monday Night Countdown, highest ever.
Yes. And Kelsey part of that.
Week 1's ratings, I think it was up to 22 million.
Highest ever. But to me, I said to myself, maybe you're not listening to Andrew enough. Because even though people are flocking to it,
am I.
People love it more than ever before.
Oh, yeah.
But I would tell you, if you're 22 years old right now, I've seen such better football played. And it's not dad telling you, well, back in my day, I've seen better quality of football played in every era than this one.
From ESPN, he does a tremendous job, and we always love having him on. Jeremy Fowler joins us. Jeremy, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, it depends on how much they want to run Jalen Hurts, I think, is sort of an element of all this, because they want to use his mobility, and I think they, to see him at his core as a guy who, when he's at his best, is running at least some. But you also want to keep him healthy, and, he does want to evolve as a passer as well. So you kind of have to satisfy both areas. But the goodness of the Eagles, they can get away with whatever plan they want to run because of all the options they have.
Phil's Mets begin tonight.
Yes.
It's a big series because you can cut down that magic number dramatically.
Tonight, a win over the Mets tonight. Now, we don't know which Aaron Nola you're getting. 2 out of 3 times, usually you get the good one, then you get the clunker. But tonight, if they win, the magic number would drop to my favorite, 7.
Quarterbacks aren't great right now. And I wonder, where does Jalen Hurts fall into that conversation? Because Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback. This is not me, let me make it clear before somebody freaks out that's listening right now. This is not me saying that Jalen Hurts stinks. But Josh Allen makes mistakes. Tua Tagovailoa makes mistakes. I would say 30 quarterbacks make mistakes on a weekly basis. And I wonder, is it getting worse? And can Jalen Hurts get better? One of those quarterbacks that make mistakes? Do we not like to think that Jalen Hurts is one of those quarterbacks that makes mistakes because he is our own? Does Jalen Hurts fall in the same mold of quarterbacks not really playing at the elite level that we used to see, John?
He's played a lot better than Joe Burrow.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager 2023 World Beer Cup winner. That's amazing. The Walking on Clouds IPA and the Vienna Lager, 2-time Best of PA winner. How about you grab their Key 3 for a Sunday action of the NFL when the Eagles aren't playing until Monday night? Visit VonCBrewing.com. Find out where you can pick up your Key 3 from Von C today.
Oh, so excited. So what's the weekend call with the Mets series since we can't make a Eagles prediction? Okay.
Phil's take 2 of 3.
I think Phil's take 2 of 3.
I agree.
There you go. Magic number will be down, and we'll be talking about clinching.
Love that.
Heading to a big Milwaukee series.
Then we come back Monday and we talk Eagles.
And
Game
Eagles.
day.
Eagles, Falcons. I begin terrorizing the Atlanta airwaves in a few minutes.
As you should.
I'm just going to terrorize
I depend on
the
you
whole,
to do that.
or the whole city. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, the Davis CPA Group. Ron's working on a 6-leg parlay right now. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can bet on that. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody have a great freaking weekend. I hope you had a safe drive into work. And you didn't remind me. We have the Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. And speaking of Atlanta, D. Ledbetter.
D. Orlando Ledbetter. That's
and you
D-Led.
have a wild story.
Yes, I do, but that's not a story for the air. But D-Led is a...
you might want to talk.
D-Led's great.
You might want to talk to
he's great.
the next show about that.
He's a great guy.
Kincade Salciunas.
Just don't park next week.
We'll be back at it on Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.